What you doing? What you doing? It's a computer.
Yeah, it's good shape, too. It's 5, 6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the extraordinary...
What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not mission compatible.
Got it in for me. Look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrist. It's no wonder these guys learn how to fly. No, seriously. All right. Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
Turkey,
Turkey.
6-foot turkey. Turkey, 6-foot turkey. Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. himself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey and see whether it clear it.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Tuesday to one and all. It is Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025, and it's Turtle Tuesday. This might become a regular thing. We'll see if it works out with the schedule, but, yeah, Turtle Tuesday. I like the sound of that. We're going to be talking about leatherback turtles today as part of Operation Leatherback. But we're also going to be doing a bunch of paleontology Q&A, natural history Q&A, talking about the amazing history of life on our incredible planet Earth. I'm glad you're here for it. If it happens to be, your very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. A paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, but might be doing some branching out. We'll see. Believe it or not, this is my full-time job. This is how I make my living, by doing science outreach full-time. Whether we're here in my office in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, or whether we're out in the field digging up fossils and collecting data out in the desert badlands of Western North America, we're going to be back out there in Utah again in just a couple of weeks, so I'm very excited about that. I'll be taking you along for the ride, doing a lot of streams. I'm going to see about maybe even getting on the front page, but we'll see if that's possible there. Anywho, the whole point of these broadcasts is to do science outreach, to talk to folks about fossils, about the history of life on Earth, about extinction, evolution, conservation. Just trying to give you an inside peek into what fossil science is all about, what evolutionary biology is all about. Nowadays there's, well, forces of anti-science have become institutionalized. It seems like the federal government is kind of hell-bent on kind of destroying science in the US. We're trying to fight against that, bit by little bit. Part of that is just talking about good science here on stream. Trying to do my part. So I'm glad you're here. We're gonna have a fun stream. Be sure to ask some questions. And but yeah. And somebody already noticed the sea jellies here on theme for Turtle Tuesday. We're gonna be talking about the diet of leatherback turtles. Oh, and what am I saying? We're also gonna be assembling a semi-life-sized leatherback turtle model. It's about the size of a smallish juvenile leatherback turtle, about 1/3 full adult size, because, well shoot, a full-size adult leatherback turtle would be, from flipper tip to flipper tip, it would be longer than this wall here. I don't have room for that, nor do I have a fortune to spend on 3D printer filament. So we'll be doing one that is a meter wide from flipper tip to flipper tip. It's still going to be really cool, and I'm excited for that. So we'll be doing that later in the broadcast today. The Leatherback Youth. There you go, Golganet. Yeah. Anywho. Mother Toad's Nursery Rhyme says, yep, thank you. Thankful for your work on here. Thank you. Mother Toad, I appreciate the appreciation. It's good to see you. Welcome. And SSK Very says coelacanths that have been around for about 400 million years. So that's actually MA, not GA. GA is the abbreviation for billion. Giga-annum is billion. MA would be millions of years. SSK vary. And are there many other animals that old? Oh yeah, certainly. Coelacanths, elasmobranch fishes go back even further than that. We've got things like horseshoe crabs. We've got a whole host of other marine invertebrates like that. There's a whole bunch of creatures that go back to the Devonian period or earlier, for sure. Brachiopods, good point, Golganek, yeah. Yeah. And raptor wrens, hey, welcome, welcome. A thylacine skull 3D print. Yeah, they're not small animals, not by Holocene standards at least. Thylacines are, of course, Tasmanian tigers. They're marsupials, and they're not small critters. This might look like a dog or a wolf or something. That's actually really cool. I could 3D print my own potentially. Let's see if this is downloadable here. It's not. But original data is available on Morphosaurus. I could probably download it from there, potentially. But yeah, anyhow. Really cool. The marsupial wolf. It's not a wolf, but it is a marsupial. It's pretty neat. And Paleontologist VA says sharks do. Yes and no. So sharks, as we know them today, originated in, like, the Cretaceous. But their relatives, other elasmobranch fishes, go back way further than that. But as I understand it, the Neoselacian sharks, these critters go back to elasmobranchi. There we go. Taxonomy. Yeah, so I think, like, crown group sharks go back to the Cretaceous. They're not as old as you would expect. Yeah. But anyhow. Yeah. And Mayor Space does make a good point here. You can sort of say that everything is equally old. Nothing just spontaneously started in the middle of history. Everything has a lineage. This is true. It's one of the things I'm sure we'll be talking about today. When we look at our tree of life, every critter that's alive on our planet today, from bacteria to blue whales, they can all trace a lineage back to the very beginning of life on Earth, about 3, maybe close to 4 billion years ago. And so life on Earth is this great, you can picture it as a great branching tree like this, and it all has the same starting point. So every single creature, walking, swimming, flying, climbing, growing, sitting today, every living thing has a lineage that goes all the way back to the very beginning of time. But when we talk about certain critters like, say, coelacanths, there we go. We're talking about a clade here. So this is a group of living things that share a common ancestor. Both of our modern species of coelacanth, Latimeria manatoensis and Latimeria cholumnae. Pebbleys, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. This says 6 million years ago these critters split. That seems awful recent. Interesting. But the coelacanth lineage split off from other fishes, I guess back in the Devonian, about 400 million years ago, give or take. So that would be during the Devonian period. Yeah, somewhere in here in the Devonian. So they've been around for a good while. But yeah. Anywho. All species are continuous. Exactly, Raptor. Well, in the sense that, like, every species has a lineage that you can trace back in geological time. Yeah. So, yeah. Anywho. Got off on some tangents there, but I'm glad everybody's here. Happy Tuesday. Happy Turtle Tuesday. And, I apologize for being late today, but that's gonna become a regular thing on Tuesdays, I feel. I went and did some museum stuff earlier today. went off to Berkeley and attended a really, really cool talk about marine reptiles in Nevada. Martin Sander, I got to meet him. Read a lot of his papers in the past. It was cool to actually put a face to a name. And that was really, really cool. But the journey back from Berkeley to my home, I guess I could drive in my car, but that's such a pain in the butt. I'd much rather be able to take the bus and then take the train there and then back. It gives me an opportunity to work on things. It's much less stressful. I don't know, it does take a little longer. That's why I'm a little bit late today. That, and I had to do some sanding of the parts for the leatherback turtle model that we'll be assembling later in today's stream. So yeah. Anywho, VHS James says, for the Q&A, do you believe sponges or comb jellies were the first animals or something completely different? The first animals would have been... They would have been something more simple than something like a jellyfish or like a sea jelly or a comb jelly or something like that. Those are creatures that we have around today. They would have had antecedents in the distant, distant past that would have been even more simple than that. This is actually a... Let's see if I can find a video on this. There we go. There we go. Let's take a look at this right here to get us started off. PBS Eons always does such good work. I love that there's a particular, like, hot button issue in paleontology. I was going to say vertebrate paleontology, but this far predates the vertebrates. If there's a hot button issue in paleontology, oftentimes PBS Eons will have some sort of a video pertaining to it. So let's take a look.
The windswept coastline of northwest Scotland today is a seemingly barren place. Sandstone cliffs dip gently into the sea, encrusted by seaweed and lichens. There isn't an animal in sight. But if you pick among the boulders and clear that seaweed from the rock surfaces, there is a miraculous microscopic ecosystem frozen in time inside the rocks.
Very cool.
These fossils are easy to miss. They were tiny organisms, a once thriving microbial ecosystem of prokaryotic bacteria and eukaryotic algae.
So prokaryotic means that the cells are so, quote-unquote, primitive. Kind of a weasel term, but they don't have a nucleus yet. It's a really simple kind of cell. Eukaryotic means that they have a nucleus where you've got the genetic material inside of it. That's more advanced, more derived, you could say.
Living together in minuscule harmony. And among them, there even seem to be mysterious collections of cells that look like they could be multicellular, like simple animals.
So this is what I'm talking about. Jellies, which are some of the favorite foods of things like leatherback turtles. Jellies are not the simplest animals. They're not the first animals. They are an ancient group, certainly. They've been around for a long time. But they're not the very first.
The preservation of this ecosystem is remarkable enough in itself, but the real marvel comes with the realization that these rocks are almost 1 billion years old.
So that's billion with a B, as in giga-anim. That's pretty impressive.
And this goes against much of what we think we know about the evolution of animals and
So there's
our
a comb
definition
jelly
of
there, right?
geologic time. Because the eon we're in today, the Phanerozoic, literally means visible life. And its beginning is marked by the moment that animals seem to arrive on the scene, around 539 million years ago in the Cambrian explosion.
But nope. Animals actually go back way further than that. Which is really cool to think about.
So what are animal-like fossils doing in rocks that are almost twice that old? And what does that mean for our understanding of their evolution and geologic time itself? Turns out there might have actually been a long, slow-burning fuse that ultimately ignited the Cambrian explosion.
So from what I understand, the term Cambrian explosion, while it's really catchy and while a lot of people really like using it, you see it in a lot of books, documentaries, stuff like that. It's evocative, you know? It's not necessarily reflective of what was actually going on. So, multicellular life, animals, they may have been diversifying and doing all kinds of cool things way before this. It's just, we kind of have this narrative that, like, oh, things really got started with the Cambrian explosion, but that might be both a sampling and, like, preservational bias kind of thing. So we'll get into that here.
The mystery of animal ancestry really began in 1859 when Charles
Old
Darwin
Chucky
published
D.
his theory of evolution by natural selection. He hypothesized that organisms gradually adapt and transform in response to changes in the environment, and that evolution is the result of incremental changes to existing forms. While this nicely explained the variety of living organisms across the world, as well as parts of the fossil record, the very early fossil record didn't play nicely with natural selection. Because, as far as scientists could tell, animal life appeared quite suddenly, explosively even, near the beginning of the Cambrian period.
And again, this is probably an illusion.
Now, scientists define animals as multicellular, eukaryotic organisms with cells that don't have rigid cell walls, and which, for the most part, eat instead of producing their own food.
And holy cow, Seaside FM, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing, how are you doing? Plain Eric, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Funk House, Duck Fam raid. Wonderful to have you here. Holy cow. Rohan SJ, what's shaking? Good to have you here. DJ Regular, hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hey, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. We're going to be out in the field digging up dinosaurs again, live on stream in just a couple weeks. But for the time being, I'm back here in my office. We're talking right now about the origins of animal life in the fossil record.
It may be something that's never been...
Rustifer, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And Rotting Circuits, thank you for your follow as well. Good to have you here. What's shaking? Sweetie Pie here is quite curious about my lamp. She's just discovered this. How are you doing, Sweetie Pie? What's shaking? We're going to be talking a lot about leatherback turtles today, too. I'm starting to get involved with leatherback turtle conservation, and this is going to be like a major theme on this channel for the next 8 months or so, maybe more. But we'll be assembling a semi-life-sized leatherback turtle model, 3D printed, later on in today's stream, so stick around for that. But, yeah. Caro Caracola, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Not follow, thank you for saying hello. Knife emoji, thank you for the follow. Rotting Circuits, the sauropod emotes there. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. We're gonna get back into our video in a minute, but first, here, by way of quick introduction, this is what I'm all about and what this channel is all about. There. Actually, let's do this. There we go.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. We thought this was a good idea. And Caro, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. So yeah, that's what I'm all about. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. And Joe Tato Chip, thank you for the follow too. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. My landlord here is demanding payment right now, so we'll make sure that she gets paid.
Here's something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
And Markin Soul, thank you for the follow too. And Emo Purulento. Nice. I appreciate the kind words. It's good to have you here. Hello, hello. Yeah. How are you doing? How are you doing? All right, let's get some payment for Sweetie Pie here, huh? Huh? Do you like that? Yeah. All right, here we go. How's that? That's a lot.
If the situation called for still more protection, he simply grew spears which projected from his body armor.
And Echo Lightwave Unspeakable, thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here. What's shaking? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Good stuff. Phylum Chordata. So, we mostly talk about chordates on this channel, F. Edgar. Chordates are, of course, the group that includes vertebrates, which are amphibians, reptiles, mammals, and other fishes. We talked a lot about this yesterday. But anyway, welcome, F. Edgar. Good to have you here. And what's that book in the background? I've not started reading it yet, Ms. Art Rules, but I've heard good things about it, despite the title. This book has a bad title, but I'm not going to let that turn me off. I'm still going to get to it when I'm done with some other books, but this is called Voyage of the Turtle. In pursuit of the Earth's last dinosaur. Turtles are not dinosaurs. Leatherback turtles are not dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are a very specific group of reptiles that does not include turtles. But, yeah, I ordered this a little while ago. It finally got to my local independent bookseller on Friday. And now I've got it. I'm going to read it. Haven't started it yet. But it goes with our theme of leatherback turtles. So, yeah. Anywho, yeah. And starting at $6.89, I paid way more for it than that. Shoot. But, yeah. Anyway, I've heard good things. Hopefully the author didn't pick the title. Often the editor or publisher will pick the title. Leatherback turtles are not dinosaurs. Turtles are not dinosaurs. The only living dinosaurs we have today are birds. Birds are living dinosaurs. They evolved from dinosaurs, and thus they are dinosaurs. But anyhow, yeah. So yeah, and I went to Montana State, the blob. Yeah, Montana State in Bozeman, Montana. Niffler, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome back. So anyway, before this raid came in with Seaside FM, thank you again, Seaside. Hope you had an excellent stream. It's great to have you here. We were taking a look at a little video and using that as a springboard for discussion about the origin of animals. Where do animals show up in the fossil record? How do they start off? What do they look like? Not like this, but this is where we paused.
We find their fossils all through the Phanerozoic, from skeletons of dinosaurs to the shells of ancient sea creatures and everything in between. But at the time, there were no animal fossils in the rocks from periods before the Cambrian, and no evidence of what animals could have evolved from. It was a dilemma for Darwin and has been a preoccupation for paleontologists ever since. But over the last 150 years, we've found some clues from that seemingly dark period before the Phanerozoic. See, in 1946, a prospector called Reginald Sprigg.
What a great name, Reginald Sprigg. My name is Reginald Sprigg.
Found curious jellyfish-like impressions in rocks in the Ediacaran Hills of Australia.
Ooh.
And while there wasn't much interest in them at the time, that changed in the early 1950s when school children in England uncovered intricate leaf-like fossils in the rocks of an abandoned quarry.
So this is not a plant, despite what you might think. not a plant.
These fossils predated the Cambrian and were the first in a series of discoveries that defined a brand new collection of multicellular organisms known as the Ediacaran biota.
Yeah.
Today, macroscopic Ediacaran organisms, that is the ones that can be seen with the naked eye, are known from all over the world, including Namibia, Russia, China, Brazil, and Canada. Whether they're actually ancestors of the animals we have today is open for debate, because they don't seem to share many of the features that define modern animals.
So they might be like a weird branch that kind of extends off the side and they don't have any modern descendants. It could be that these creatures had their day, they were quite successful, common enough to be preserved as fossils, some of these places, and then they died out. And maybe their relatives have descendants that survived till today, but these ones may not have gone anywhere. They might be, for lack of a better term, an evolutionary dead end. Yeah. But yeah. And Rotting Circuit says, do you believe that if the dinosaurs didn't go extinct, would intelligent life have emerged? Who's to say dinosaurs weren't intelligent, Rotting Circuits? What do you mean by intelligent life? I'm not convinced intelligent life has ever evolved, to be honest. You know? I think maybe we pat ourselves on the back a little bit too much as human beings. But, yeah. If you're asking if dinosaurs hadn't gone extinct, would humans have evolved? I say the answer is definitely not. No. Our emergence as a species is so contingent upon 100,000 other weird little things happening first that there's zero guarantee that we ever would have evolved. Like, we're tremendously, I was gonna say tremendously lucky, but like, it's not luck, it's just things happen the way they did. And if a few things had just been a little bit different, it wouldn't have gone that way. So yeah. Mini Pie does not know what to think about our sea jelly lamp. What is this? Hey, what's this? What is that? She does not know what to think. Anyway, yeah. She didn't lick it. No, Ms. Art Rules. She was just startled by it, I think. Wasn't expecting to see that. This is another one of my landlords here. Mini Pie. Mini Pie, what are you looking for today? Are you looking for some treats, perhaps? He's like, you haven't paid rent today. You have to pay rent every day, Mini Pie? Every day? Alright. And Charlie's Dragon, I actually saw that video the other day, or listened to it at least, while I was working on some stuff. That might have been yesterday. I thought it was pretty good. Yeah. Alright, let's get you some treats, huh? Huh? Would you like that? Would you like that? Okay. Okay. There we go. Look at that. Good stuff. Yum. Alright. Good stuff. Oh, and neat things, Dr. Terra. Thanks for posting. Vegetation from Bahia. Well. I kind of wonder whether one of my colleagues might be an author on this. Nope, nobody I know off the top of my head. Swiss Journal of Paleontology. Interesting. Huh. But yeah, good stuff. Very cool. Very cool. What do you think? You enjoying yourself, Mini Pie? Good stuff. So anywho, It's good to have everybody here. Let's get back to our video, shall we?
But their size and complexity does extend the fossil record of multicellularity back to the Precambrian. However, Ediacarans only take us so far. The oldest of these fossils dates back to 574 million years ago, a mere 35 million years before the Cambrian explosion. Much of the Precambrian is still resoundingly empty of multicellular macrofossils. But long before those macroscopic Ediacaran organisms were discovered, scientists in Scotland were finding microscopic traces of Precambrian life that were much older. Lots of life on Earth today is microscopic, and under the right conditions...
Most life on Earth today is microscopic, you could say, by the numbers at least. Yeah, certainly.
Microscopic life can also be preserved in the rocks. In the early 1900s, geologists were mapping the rocks of the Torridon Formation in northwest Scotland to understand their age and the environments they formed in. And while using hydrofluoric acid to dissolve the siltstones and sandstones, they recovered organic walled microfossils from that ancient time. But they don't look like much, just flattened circles and oblongs of carbon. But they turned out to be 1 billion years old. They were a window into Precambrian life and an insight into the microscopic life that reigned before the Ediacaran. But they were too simple and too ravaged by time to shed any light on the origin of animals or resolve Darwin's dilemma. Many more organic walled microfossils have been found in Precambrian rocks around the world since then, but they are still simple, single cells. The Precambrian record consists of these, then a few weird Ediacaran experiments, and then suddenly all the animals. And those ragged Scottish microfossils were just bad examples of an underwhelming fossil record, consigned to a footnote and all but forgotten. But in the late 1990s, scientists began to realize that certain minerals and certain types of clay can form so quickly that they can preserve incredibly fine-scale fossil structures. So paleontologists started looking for these kinds of minerals around the world. And so in the early 2000s, researchers turned their attention back to the rocks of northwest Scotland.
So this is a theme that we see again and again in science, where someone makes a discovery at one point and it doesn't get a whole lot of attention. Nobody really thinks much of it. And then later somebody else makes a different discovery that kind of causes us to reinterpret those findings that were made earlier. Like suddenly this thing that everybody kind of ignored, they didn't think it was all that interesting. Suddenly you see it in a new light because of a new discovery elsewhere. You reappraise it. You're like, well, shoot, actually, this is really interesting. Maybe we were looking at this wrong. This is a continual story within paleontology. It happens all the time. And it happened here in this case.
Those minerals had been
hey, Science Streams, how are you doing?
The
hello.
Microfossils 100 years earlier. And within the rock, researchers found microscopic cellular structures preserved in 3D. These included isolated cells, clusters of up to 20 cells, and other evidence of a dynamic microbial community.
I'm having a pretty good day, Science. Well, and thanks for asking, yeah. I was a little bit late starting today because I went to go attend a seminar in Berkeley about fossil marine reptiles. Really, really interesting talk. And who knows, might even be an opportunity for some future field work there. I've got to send some emails out and we shall see. But do they know you're a big deal, says Science Streams? I don't know about that, but I will be giving the seminar talk next week, which I'm pretty excited about. Still have to put my talk together, but it'll be all about doing science outreach here on Twitch. So it'll be really neat to be able to share that with my colleagues there. So, yeah, only the second seminar talk of the year, too. I'm pretty excited about that. I thought about maybe live streaming it, but that would be a lot of work, and I think we'll just do our normally scheduled stream next week instead. So, yeah. And thank you, Charlie's Dragon. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Yeah.
That hinted at something more than just bacteria. Some of the bigger spheres had double-layered walls, or walls marked with a complex pattern. This level of biological embellishment is beyond the abilities of the simple metabolism of a prokaryote, an organism whose cells don't have a nucleus. And so these large
Interesting.
fossils are interpreted as being eukaryotes, organisms whose cells do have nuclei, and not as bacteria. They are algae, a more advanced member of the microbial community. 1 billion years ago, they were relatively new to the scene, having probably evolved at some point in the last few 100 million years. Together, the Scottish fossils point to a diverse and interconnected microbiota, similar to the one that you'd find in a modern-day pond. There were simple bacteria, photosynthesizing cyanobacteria, and more advanced eukaryotic algae, with smaller bacteria helping to break down dead cells and recycle them. What's more, there were signs that the little community did inhabit a pond or a lake rather than the ocean. Like mud cracks that suggested the ancient sediments had periodically dried out, but no evidence of salt or other minerals that would form from salt water.
I buy that. Okay,
This new
interesting.
analysis of the Scottish rocks revealed that microbial ecosystems, including relatively novel eukaryotic cells, were well established in non-marine environments as far back as 1 billion years ago. It was a huge discovery that pointed to complex life finding its feet in all of Earth's waterways, much earlier than paleontologists had thought.
So, interesting. This could mean that the origin of animals is earlier than anybody thought, too.
But it turns out these rocks had even more to offer. When scientists look more closely at some of those eukaryotes to try to tell the story of algal evolution and diversity, one
Mizart rules says no salt what, but the oceans are salty. No, that's the point, is that shows that this is not ocean water. This would have been a freshwater ecosystem.
microfossil in particular had features that didn't match any known alga. It was a spherical mass of cells about 30 microns across. The cells on the inside were pressed together so tightly that they weren't spheres anymore, but had straightish edges. And they were surrounded by an outer shell of longer, sausage-shaped cells. The fossil was named Bicellum brazieri after the 2 different types of cells and the scientist who discovered it.
So this is probably something that's really well known to paleontologists who work on, you know, stuff prior to the Phanerozoic. As a dinosaur paleontologist, this is all news to me. I say this to emphasize the fact that paleontology is an extraordinarily broad discipline. We're talking about the history of life on Earth from over 1 billion years ago all the way until the present. I work on dinosaurs in particular, so that's what I'm most accustomed to. That's what I know the most about. This is outside of my realm of expertise. This is all news to me.
Now, the interesting thing about Bicellum is that all the cells are squished together with no gaps between them and no constraints on their shape. That means that unlike plants, algae, and bacteria, they probably didn't have rigid cell walls. Instead, their cells were naked, with only cell membranes, like
that's a characteristic of animal cells.
the cells in our bodies.
Yeah.
So this fossil was multicellular and had no cell walls. Those are 2 of the major characteristics of animal life. But it was still very small and simple, so it wasn't like any animal we're familiar with today. Instead, researchers think that it's likely to be one of the very earliest ancestors of animals, the Holozoans.
Yeah,
Holozoans
here we
are
go.
A big group that contains all animals as well as their closest relatives, the steps towards true animal life. Members of the group might not always look like true animals, but their cell structures and behaviors are closer to animals than to any other multicellular group.
So this kind of echoes something that we talk about all the time with regard to the origin of dinosaurs. So the very earliest animals that we have aren't really going to look that much like animals. They're going to look like other relatives, like, you know, other creatures, because you've got this branch coming off and starting to do its own thing. It's going to look a lot more like its ancestry than like its descendants. So again, we talk about this with dinosaurs all the time. You know, with like, what did the very first dinosaur look like? It would have looked like this. This is Eoraptor, which is one of the earliest dinosaurs that we have. Later on, dinosaurs would develop a whole range of different shapes and sizes and ecologies and morphologies. You would have had just tons and tons of different looking critters, all within Dinosauria. But they don't start off that way. They all start off looking the same. The earliest dinosaurs, whether they're the ancestors of sauropods or theropods or ornithischians, they all look the same at the beginning, and that makes a ton of sense. So there's Eoraptor, Amphagia, which is thought to maybe be like an early sauropodomorph. Looks nearly identical. It's a small, two-legged, mostly meat-eating animal that may have been omnivorous, may have eaten other stuff too. But yeah, all these guys start off small and kind of generic looking. Same goes for, I don't know, things like Saturnalia dinosaur, I guess I have to type it. Small, two-legged, kind of a longer neck. This guy may have mostly eaten plants, but was probably omnivorous. All the dinosaurs kind of start off looking like this. And all of the other forms of life, too. You go way, 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 way back further in time, hundreds of millions of years earlier, to the dawn of life on Earth. And everything kind of looks the same, too. You know? Bacteria and archaea and protista and ancestral plants and all of these things would have looked like little squishy single-celled things. This is exactly what you would expect at the beginning. You're not going to start off with lions and tigers and bats and Komodo dragons and coral reefs. Those things come much, much, much later. This is like the most simple thing I could be describing right now, but I feel like it's still worth talking about. When you're getting back to the very origin of things, like the very beginning, the ancestors, the antecedents of all these different groups are all going to look pretty similar to one another. Because like we talked about, all life on Earth comes from a single starting point, as far as we know. Everything evolved from one single common ancestor. What we call LUCA, the last universal common ancestor. It's an acronym. About 3+ billion years ago. So yeah, does that make sense? There you go, Dr. I know, right? They start with the simplest things, bundles of cells, exactly. So this might not look particularly exciting or anything, but it actually is. This is potentially like the origin of animals right here. Very, very cool.
Some of the simplest holozoans spend most of their life as single cells, but also have a multicellular phase to their life cycle. So they're among the simplest creatures to show both multicellularity and cell differentiation. And Bicellum shows all the characteristics expected of a holozoan a billion years ago.
Holy cow, it's a long
Life
time
was
ago.
beginning to experiment with multicellularity that far back and do it well enough for those new life forms to thrive in lakes as well as oceans, then this could just be the solution to Darwin's dilemma. It provided a long, microscopic fuse to the Cambrian explosion. The idea goes that these early holozoans evolved the ability to be multicellular and have different cell types. But they stayed microscopic for a few million years while they figured out how to coordinate more than one cell together. In that time, they weathered a few global glaciations before bursting onto the scene with an experiment in being big during the Ediacaran. And while they ultimately didn't work out, that long, burning microscopic fuse had given animal ancestors the tools they needed to try again. The next time, they hit on something successful, producing resilient macroscopic multicellular forms that could adapt to different ecological niches. The diversity of this new animal life blew up in the Cambrian explosion. And the rest, as we know from the visible fossil record, is history. So those ancient rocks of northwest Scotland helped us solve a 150-year-old mystery. The evidence of animal precursors in rocks that are a billion years old finally addresses Darwin's dilemma and opens up a whole new field of Precambrian paleontological possibility. While there is more work to be done to understand the microscopic origins of animal life, the Precambrian is no longer the dark, lifeless eon that Darwin once imagined.
Interesting. Cool stuff. I'll give you a link to this video here. PBS Eons. Again, they do pretty good work. Take a look. that being said, why don't we talk a little bit about, even though jellyfish, sea jellies, are not... Even though they're not the most primitive animals that we have, they're fairly simple. They're fairly early branching. They've been around for a very long time. Let's take a look at a little video about them right here. And we might use that as a segue into talking about leatherback turtles. We'll also do a game of Metazua too here. But let's take a look at this.
Some are longer than a blue whale. Others are barely larger than a grain of sand. One species unleashes one of the most deadly venoms on Earth. Another holds a secret that's behind some of the greatest breakthroughs in biology. They've inhabited the ocean for at least 500 million years, and they're...
Yep, 500 million years. So, they go back to, what, the Cambrian, I guess? 500 million years. We'll take a look here. 500 brings us back to the Cambrian period. There we go. Yeah.
They're still flourishing as the sea changes around them. Jellyfish are soft-bodied sea creatures that aren't really fish.
They're not fish. They're not vertebrates. So no, they're not fish. They're way older than fish, to be honest.
They're part of a diverse team of gelatinous zooplankton. Zooplankton being animals that drift in the ocean.
Yep.
There are more than 1,000 species of jellyfish, and many others that are often mistaken for them. A noted feature of jellyfish is a translucent bell made of a soft, delicate material called mesoglea.
Yeah, so this is the sort of thing that leatherback turtles eat. It's nutritionally very poor, which is why leatherback turtles need to consume tremendous quantities of sea jellies every day, or other gelatinous zooplankton like this. Sometimes more than, like, it's been documented that some of these guys have eaten like 500 pounds worth of mesoglea in a day, which is nuts. I bet most of you in chat couldn't do that, even if you tried, you know? Pretty extraordinary. Ms. Art Rules says, not me yet. Well, keep practicing, Ms. Art Rules. Maybe you can. I'm kidding. Let's look up sea jellies on our Tree of Life real quick. I will not be trying, says Mayor of Space. Fair. Jellyfish. Is this going to take us to a particular species? Oh boy, it looks like it is. There's a species that's its common name is jellyfish. Versuri. Okay, interesting. But what we're looking for are... what would it be? Medusae, maybe? Yeah. Disco Medusae, too specific. Scyphozoa. Well, maybe it is Disco Medusae. What is this clade? A subclass of jellyfish in the class Scyphozoa. Okay. The true jellyfish are true jellies, Scyphozoa. Okay, interesting. So what we want is Scyphozoa here. Scyphozoa, there we go. So when we're talking about jellyfish, this is generally what we're referring to, is this clade. 323 species. How many do they say in the video? How many species are there?
Gelatinous zooplankton. Zooplankton being animals that drift in the ocean.
Trooper. I like the disco ball,
There
yeah.
are more than 1,000 species of jellyfish.
Interesting. So whoever wrote this script is referring to over 1,000 species. They're probably referring to a larger clade. Hydrozoans. Maybe this clade right here? Huh. I don't know what this one is called, but yeah.
And many others that are often mistaken for them.
And Casey says, "Oh my gosh, forget calling them jellyfish. I'm calling them cup animals now." I love that, Casey. Yeah. Scyphozoa. I wonder what. Yeah. The name, class name Scyphozoa comes from the Greek word skyphos, denoting a kind of drinking cup, and alluding to the cup shape of the organism. Skyphos. Well, well, well. That's a cool cup. Really neat. Huh. Yeah. Cup animals because they fit in a cup, says Toilet Gator. I mean, lots of animals fit in a cup. Yeah. The Geek God, says Mizart Rules. I think you mean Greek, but yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, they've existed from the earliest Cambrian to the present. There's an entry for one of these guys. Here's some fossil ones at Blackberry Hill, Wisconsin. Well, well, well. That's really cool. I didn't know this was a thing. You don't hear about a whole lot of fossils from Wisconsin. Blackberry Hill. Marathon County, Wisconsin. Interesting. Very cool. Any Wisconsinites in the chat? Wisconsonians? Any, oh, sorry. I believe the proper demonym is cheeseheads. Any cheeseheads in the chat? Maybe you, Jazzy Cat? Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue with these cup animals.
A noted feature of jellyfish is a translucent bell made of a soft, delicate material called mesoglea.
Yeah.
Sandwiched between two layers of skin, the mesoglea is more than 95% water, held together by protein fibers. The jelly.
Interesting. So when leatherback turtles are eating these, they're not garnering a whole lot of nutrition from that. Yeah, it's something that's. There we go. This is so cool. Just a camera strapped to the back of a leatherback. It's right there on the carapace. Just cutting through these guys. Look. Nice. Yeah, very cool. Get munched, jellies, right, Rushring? Yeah. And do jellyfish leave evidence in the fossil record? Horns fan, yes. We were just looking at that a second ago. You must have literally just tuned in a couple seconds ago. Because, yes. These are fossil sea jellies there. At Blackberry Hill in Wisconsin. There's sea jellies from all over the world, preserved as fossils. Which you might think is surprising, because it's a soft-bodied animal. About 95% water by volume, and yet still we get fossils of them. It's really cool. Yeah. Didn't know jellies could fossilize until now. It's pretty neat, Casey. It's pretty neat. Yeah. I don't know a whole lot about how that happens. I'm not an expert in diagenesis and like the whole fossilization process, but it's got to be under very specific conditions and probably really fine-grained sediment. Yeah. Interesting. And why do they choose to eat them? Not much nutrition, says Trooper. It's just what they're evolved to do. Leatherback turtles are very good at this kind of thing. They've been doing it since the Cretaceous period, if not earlier. Probably since the Cretaceous. But sea jellies they're very numerous. They're very widespread. You can consume a lot of them at once. They're not difficult to catch. They, yeah. So if you can get past those stinging cells, if there's a way that you can get around getting stung by, like, developing special skin that's immune to the stings, then suddenly you've just got a tremendous amount of food that you can gobble down, even if it is pretty nutritionally poor. Yeah. And they do serve as jelly population control. Absolutely, Jazzy Cat. We'll be talking about that later, too. Yeah. Anyhow, let's get back to our video here.
Jellyfish can contract and relax their bells to propel themselves. They don't have a brain or a spinal cord, but a neural net around the bell's inner margin forms a rudimentary nervous system that can sense the ocean's currents and the touch of other animals. Jellyfish don't have typical digestive systems either.
Nope.
These gelatinous carnivores consume plankton and other small sea creatures.
Hello.
CosmoQuest.
The creature we will be examining is a paleontologist.
Thank you for the raid, CosmoQuest. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How are things? We're talking about some quote-unquote simple animals. The preferred food of leatherback turtles before we get into talking about leatherback turtles and then assemble a semi-life-sized leatherback turtle model, all 3D printed. We're going to be gluing that together in a bit. Very excited about that. So, yeah, good stuff. Again, hope you had a really good stream there. CosmoQuest, thanks for being here. You were also doing some science and technology. Excellent. Good stuff. Captain Bud Maniac says, sea jellies are like sea cheese puffs. Lol. Well, yeah, they are mostly... I guess cheese puffs are mostly air. Yeah. Anyhow, these things not very nutritious. They are mostly air. Sea jellies are kind of like this, except they exist in the ocean. They're mostly water. But they do have a rudimentary nervous system. They are animals. Unlike these. Yeah. And they're not exactly trying to do. Mostly puff, not a lot of cheese. Good point, Charlie's Dragon. And sea jellies are, I guess in the same way, mostly sea, not a whole lot of jelly. Like the video said here.
Sandwiched between two layers of skin, the material called mesoglia.
Yep.
Sandwiched between two layers of skin, the mesoglia is more than 95% water, held together by protein fibers.
Pretty interesting.
And other small sea creatures through a hole in the underside of their bells. The nutrients are absorbed by an inner layer of cells.
Here you go, Casey.
With waste excreted back through their mouths.
Yep, so they don't have a butt. They've just got one kind of all-purpose orifice. Their mouth and their butt is the same orifice there. Again.
Layer of cells, with waste excreted back through their mouths. But the jellyfish's relatively simple anatomy doesn't prevent it from having some remarkable abilities.
They are pretty amazing.
One kind of box jellyfish has 24 eyes. Scientists think it can see color and form images within its simple nervous system. 4 of its eyes are curved upward on stalks.
See, this is pretty amazing. Like, I bet most of you in chat don't have 24 eyes. Get on their level, chat. Pretty cool.
This allows the jellyfish to peer through the surface of the water, looking for the canopy of the mangrove trees where it feeds. In fact, this may be one of the only creatures with a 360-degree view of its environment. The jellyfish's sting, which helps it capture prey and defend itself, is its most infamous calling card. In the jelly's epidermis, Cells called nematocysts lie coiled like poisonous harpoons.
Yeah, so these are the stinging cells. Anybody who's ever been stung by a sea jelly, you probably have this burned into your memory. Nematocysts, if you've ever learned that term. Oh, man. Ugh.
When they're triggered by contact, they shoot with an explosive force. It exerts over 550 times the pressure of Mike Tyson's strongest punch to inject venom into the victim. Some jellyfish stings barely tingle, but others cause severe skin damage.
So what I'm taking from this is it's far worse to be stung by a sea jelly than it is to be stung by Mike Tyson. Fair.
The venom of
And there you go,
one
Lenny,
box
yeah.
jellyfish can kill a human in under 5 minutes, making it one of the most potent poisons of any animal in the world. Other jellyfish superpowers are less lethal. One species of jellyfish glows green when it's agitated, mostly thanks to a biofluorescent compound called green fluorescent protein, or GFP. Scientists isolated the gene for GFP and figured out how to insert it into the DNA of other cells. There, it acts like a biochemical beacon, marking genetic modifications or revealing the path of critical molecules.
Wait. Okay, so this is something that, like, science streams might be able to tell you about. I was not aware of it, or only aware of this in the vaguest terms. Let's go back and take a look at that.
Called green fluorescent protein.
Green fluorescent protein, or GFP.
Scientists isolated the gene for GFP and figured out how to insert it into the DNA of other cells.
Oh, very cool. So this is like a marker protein. Interesting.
There.
And thank you, Freshmaker, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
It acts like a biochemical beacon, marking genetic modifications or revealing the path of critical molecules.
Neat. So a lot of, like, biomedical research is done with this GFP there.
Fatality.
Win528, thank you for the 24 months of support. Really appreciate that. Good stuff. Thank you, Win528. Keeping me here online. 24 months, it's almost a whole year. I appreciate that. Thank you. Again, I'm a paleontologist, not a mathematician.
Scientists have used the glow of GFP to watch cancer cells proliferate, track the development of Alzheimer's, and illuminate countless other biological processes. Developing the tools and techniques from GFP has netted 3 scientists a Nobel Prize in 2008, and
Horns fan says, I'm suddenly feeling less cool than a jellyfish. Fair. I mean, I certainly am less cool than a jellyfish. Also, isn't it kind of unfair that, you know, these scientists were awarded the Nobel Prize and not the creature that is actually producing that compound in the first place? I mean, talk about plagiarism, you know? Goodness.
another 3 in 2014.
Thanks,
but it's jellyfish who may be the most successful organisms on Earth. Ancient fossils prove that jellyfish have inhabited the seas for at least 500 million years. And maybe
so their fossils don't normally look like this, like with all of the tentacles and everything too. It's usually just the bell, and the bell is often preserved like top view, like we saw in there we go, in this image right here. So it's like these guys died, they washed up on a beach or like in a shallow lagoon or something like that, and then they're preserved. It's just the top of the bell there. So yeah, don't expect jellyfish fossils to actually look as beautiful as this, because they seldom do. I guess there's one there. That's going to be one of the prettier ones. Yeah. But normally it's like the... I'm not even sure if that is one right there. But it's the bell preserved. Yeah. Anyhow, cool. stuff.
Maybe go back over 700 million. That's longer than any other.
That's how they look when washed up on beaches.
animal.
Yeah, there you go, tracking her down.
And as other marine animals are struggling to survive in warmer and more acidic oceans, the jellyfish are thriving and perhaps getting even more numerous.
They're taking over, which is a problem. I mean, good for them, but not good for everybody else.
It doesn't hurt that some can lay as many as 45,000 eggs in a single night. And there's some jellyfish whose survival strategy almost sounds like science fiction. When the immortal jellyfish is sick, aging, or under stress, its struggling cells can change their identity. The tiny bell and tentacles deteriorate and turn into an immature polyp that spawns brand new clones of the parent. As far as we know, these are the only animals who've found a loophole when facing mortality. That's pretty sophisticated for species that are 95% water and predate the dinosaurs.
Pretty neat. Yeah. Sea jellies, pretty amazing animals. Wouldn't you agree? I'll take that as a yes. They are pretty neat. Eternal creatures, there you go. Emo Purulento, exactly, yeah. I want that superpower, says Orange Boy. They're pretty neat critters. Before I forget, let's do a game of Metazoa real quick. And then we will... There we go. Oh, and shoot, before I do that, let's do a quick screenshot here for Blue Sky, shall we? Because I forgot to do this yesterday. Shame on me. Why is this not showing up? What the heck? There we are. Weird, we're having OBS hiccups. Alright, crop. There we go. Save as. All right. We're talking early animal evolution, sea jellies, and leatherback turtles on today's stream, along with all kinds paleontology Q&A. Later on, we're assembling a one-meter wide leatherback turtle 3D printed model. Join us at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. I've still got 40 characters left. Let's do Twitch stream. Okay. Later in the broadcast. There we go. Twitch screenshot of me in my office with a groovy sea jelly lamp to my right, and a bunch of framed leatherback turtle figures and illustrations framed on the wall behind me, along with a 3D printed Dermachelli's skull. Good enough. And
hold on to your butts.
Let's post it. Good stuff. Here is a link. If anybody would like to interact with that post for whatever reason, there you go. Good stuff. Let's do Metazoan now, shall we? So if any of you are unfamiliar with this quick little web game, it's a guessing game. It's a lot like Wordle, if you've ever heard of that. You're trying to guess the mystery word of the day. Here you're trying to guess the mystery animal. And we use that using an evolutionary phylogeny right here. If you know a thing or two about the evolutionary family tree of animals, well, that can help a lot. So we'll see how few guesses we can exert in finding this critter. Let's check it out. Lordy says spider monkey to start with. I hope you're just giving me a guess and that you didn't already do this, Lordy. But yeah, often I ask for a placental mammal. Lordy says spider monkey. That's a good one. We'll see if they have that. This game is heavily weighted toward placental mammals. Probably because it was created by placental mammals. Spider monkey isn't on here, but let's try monkey. We'll try capuchin monkey, shall we? Guessing. Thank you, Lordy. Oh, and see, this is why I start off with a placental mammal, because, holy cow, right off the bats, we know that we have a placental mammal. It's a Boroeutherian, in fact. So Boroeutheria, this game works by showing you the most exclusive evolutionary clade that includes the mystery animal, shrouded in question marks here, and our guess. So it's like, no, it's not a capuchin monkey, but best I can do for you is Boroeutheria. So let's find Boroeutheria on our tree of life, and we can use that for some hints. I don't need this as a hint, but I'm doing this for you. Boroeutheria. Boroeutheria? I'm spelling this wrong. Let's just go to mammals. I'll just show you. We'll do it manually. You need this lesson on how to play the game, says Scoobs. It's simpler. I'm doing it in kind of a complicated way. You know, if you're a pro, this is how you do it. But you could just guess, you know, here, and you'll figure it out. But you'll take more guesses to do it. So, mammals. This is the group that we, as human beings, belong to. And so do lions and tigers and bears. Squirrels and cats and bats and rats and saber-toothed cats. They're all mammals. Boroeutherian mammals are this clade right here. It includes the bats, the primates, the rodents and lagomorphs, things like moles, and also the artiodactyls. So this group right here, Boroeutheria, there was one creature 85 million years ago that gave rise to all of these different critters. All of these different lineages came from one animal that existed 85 million years ago. It was the ancestor of everything from mice to blue whales. Boroeutheria. So, this is interesting. We guessed a primate here, a capuchin monkey. If our mystery animal were a primate, then it wouldn't say Boreoeutheria here. It would say Primata, or primates, or even a more exclusive group of primates. It's not saying that. It's saying best I can do is Boreoeutheria. So what we're going to do here is we're going to find out where primates branch off from everybody else. Primates are part of this clade right here, Euarchontoglires. So we know instantly that we do not have... It's not going to be any of these creatures, or else it wouldn't say Boreoeutheria, it would say Euarchontoglires. It doesn't say that. So we know it has to be part of this branch, Laurasiatheria. This is a group of mammals that we think probably originated in Laurasia, back during the Cretaceous. So it could be anything from a mole, to a goat, to a whale. Whales are also part of this clade. Whales are a kind of hoofed mammal. They're over here. The whales, cetacea. So anyway, if I'm going to be really smart about this, if we want to do this in the fewest number of guesses possible, I can try and figure out, like, what is a major split in this group. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick an artiodactyl that's not a cetacean. So an even-toed hoofed mammal that's not a cetacean. So we're going to try a giraffe. Well, actually, no. We just had giraffe recently, I think. Did we? We didn't. I forget. I'm going to do a bison. And so hopefully we can knock out Bovidae and these other really speciose groups like that and narrow it down this way. So let's give that a try. Oh, we didn't knock it out. It is a bovid. Okay. Okay, so we can't rule out the ungulates, Casey Snoward. It is an ungulate. Yes. All right, so Bovidae is this group right here. We're down to 137 species. We started out with all of animals. That's well over 1 million species. We're down to only 137 now. We're doing pretty well. And we've done that with only 2 guesses. Not too shabby. And there are lots of antelopes in here. This actually reminds me of something from this past summer. Fisher, who is a fossil mammal guy, I guess he's now getting into fossil birds. But, here's Fisher right here. You know him, you love him. Fisher, yes, my son, Fisher. Fisher has this thing that, it was like a running joke during the summer, where he would tell you what bovid you are. So, after he gets to know you, he would tell you what kind of bovid, which member of this family, Bovidae, you remind him of. And for, I garnered so much joy from this. I thought it was so funny. So for me, Fisher said I was a bongo. He's like, Daddy, you're not super tall. He doesn't explain why, but I'm able to kind of reverse engineer it a little bit, I think. I'm not the tallest person around, and I'm not the skinniest, but I'm not the stockiest either. Just kind of middle of the road. Semi-charismatic, maybe? Yeah. So anyway, he's like, Danny, bongo. For Ethan, we were trying to figure it out, and Fisher's like, Ethan is a pygmy water buffalo. So part of this is like appearance, part of this is just general vibes, you know. Yeah. For Don DeBlue, Uncle Don, This was kind of a tough one. He had to think about it for a while, but he's like, for Uncle Don, mountain goat. And like, I don't know why, but he's right on the money every single time. No objections. You know? How does Fisher see himself? So Fisher said for him he's a Gerenuk. So, this guy. You can see it, Casey? Yeah, yeah. Totally, says Lenina. Yeah, yeah. Spot on is right, says Salamander. Yeah. So yeah, that's Fisher. Yeah. I don't know. I thought this was really funny. Yeah. I'm trying to remember some of the other ones that he came up with. But anyway, the point is Bovidae is a really diverse group. That's all of the cows and the antelopes and other critters. It's this big morphological diversity, disparity even, in this group. All kinds of different hoofed mammals. Bovids, they're... Yeah, it's a wildly successful group. Very diverse. All the antelopes, all the cows and their relatives. Yeah. Good stuff. And sheep are also bovids. Yes, indeed, Ms. Rules. Yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Lenina. Yeah. I really wanted to do a special stream where we just looked at like different celebrities, and then Fisher would be like, yeah, they're this kind of bovid. And we just have like a side-by-side with the pictures. Maybe we'll do that one of these days. Fisher's moving to California, but they would have to be celebrities that Fisher knows he's got a general vibe for, and Fisher doesn't really watch movies or pay attention to pop culture all that much. So yeah, I don't know. But it was a ton of fun. Anyway, bovids. We've narrowed it down to this right here. So, I guessed bison, and it says, it is Bovidae, but it's not... So, bison are part of the, like, cattle branch of Bovidae. So we know it's not part of this branch. Cows, bison, ox, and more. It's not part of this clade. And, oh, I didn't know the bongo is a member of this group. That's interesting. That's me, remember? Anyhow. So it's not going to be part of this branch. It's got to be down over here. So a saiga, wildebeest, gazelle, muskox. Yeah, interesting. Let's try gazelle, perhaps. Well, that's one option. Here, let's think. Gazelle is one. Is wildebeest another one? It is. Could be that too. This is part of the problem is I don't know how many of these different creatures are actually in the Metazoa database. How many guesses? Muskox is not. Let's go with my instinct there. Let's go with gazelle. Nope. That wasn't it. And it's not giving us any subclades underneath that. Oh, that's tricky. Oh, that's tricky. Oh, wait, but that also tells us something else. It tells us that it doesn't have... I was trying to look for critters that are on the opposite side of Bovidae from bison. And I guess it doesn't matter. I think we're down to the family level. I don't know if it has any subclades beneath this, anything more specific. So this is tricky. It could be just about any kind of bovid. And it's just a guessing game at this point. We could try sheep. We could try wildebeest. Let's try wildebeest. And that's it! Yeah, very nice. We got that in just 4 guesses. Not too shabby. Yeah, excellent. Good stuff. Yeah, knew you could do. There you go, Casey. Ah, yes. Excellent. Very cool. Very, very cool. It is a cool looking animal. Wildebeest are neat. They're got such long snouts. They're like, they've got a long skull. It's kind of like this waterfall thing going on with their head. Let's see if we can find a quick video on them. And half of these videos are about how to murder these animals with a gun. That's not what I'm interested in here. Okay, let's take a look at this. So these are highly gregarious creatures. They move in huge herds, much like a lot of dinosaurs would have done too. Uh-oh. They're gonna have to jump. They want to be able to get to an area where they can find better feeding grounds. Oof. Yowza. You don't think of these as being particularly agile animals, particularly athletic, but they actually kind of are. Yowza. Wow, okay. I think something tells me the crocodiles are going to be eating pretty well. Everybody's okay so far? I'll give you a link if you want to watch the rest of this on your own. Yeah. So they knew it was coming. There you go, Matt, yes. Yeah. Anyhow. But yeah, something tells me that the crocs are going to be eating pretty well there. Anywho, the wildebeest, very nice. Yeah. Reminds me of penguins jumping off an iceberg. It is kind of a similar thing, Mizart Rules, yeah. Yeah. Also, kind of a classic thing to cover for, like, an African wildlife documentary. It's almost a cliche. Oh, here's the wildebeest trying to cross a river, you know. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. 14 notifications. Thank you, everybody, for the likes and the, yeah, and the reposts and everything. Appreciate it. Good stuff. Before we get into assembling our leatherback turtle, first let's take a look at progress on our printer. Currently printing a life-size Andalgalornis skull. This is a terror bird from South America. There we go. It's not the largest of the terror birds, but it's still pretty formidable. And it's got a very cool beak. So I'm excited to have that done. And currently printing the posterior of the skull right now. It's gonna take a while to get this file done, but it's gonna be worth it. Yeah. Strawberry Mochi says, watching the stream and relaxing on my day off. Excellent. Enjoy. Yeah. And why this music? We do surf rock music on this channel. Emo Puru. I like surf music. Surf rock, it typically doesn't have lyrics, so it's not super distracting. But it's fun, upbeat tempo. And you can find covers of popular songs like this one. This is it's from the Beatles, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry, Pokemons. Thanks, Claire Burr. Yeah. Yes, Beatles. Anywho. So we were talking about jellies earlier. We've watched this video before, but I figure it's worth revisiting. Because it ties into our topic. Take a look. Call it yacht music? No, this is not yacht rock. This is like, it's surf rock. So it's... Yacht rock is like associated with the 1980s. This is like earlier. This is very like 60s coded. Yeah.
Over the past 2 decades, jellyfish have begun to overwhelm our oceans.
So this is a serious problem, and some of you have probably seen news stories about this.
In New Zealand, divers swat off millions of stinging jellyfish, each no larger than a grain of pepper.
Oh boy.
In Sweden, a massive cluster of moon jellyfish shut down one of the world's largest nuclear reactors by...
And that's not good. You don't want to hear about creatures from the sea marauding your nuclear reactors, you know? That's some, like, Godzilla series stuff right there. You know? History shows again and again how nature points out the folly of man, right? Yeah, this is a serious problem. This has happened multiple times. Here, we can find news reports about this. There we go.
The human world, with all its technological marvels, is a fortress built against the unpredictable forces of nature. We construct towering power plants to fuel our cities, believing our engineering makes us masters of our environment.
Nope. Turns out we are all subject to the whims of nature.
But in a stunning silent blow, the animal kingdom has just struck a crippling blow to one of France's largest nuclear power plants. Our next report tells you how.
The French nuclear power plant at Gravelines, a colossal coastal bastion of energy production. It's designed to be impervious to all but the most catastrophic of events. Its sophisticated systems, from its reactors to its cooling apparatus, built to keep the lights on for millions, a testament to the power of human ingenuity. But its defenses, so robust against conventional threats, were utterly helpless against an attack from an ancient and unexpected enemy.
Yep. So there's jellies on the beach again, like we were talking about earlier.
A massive swarm of jellyfish, an army from the deep oceans, has clogged the plant's cooling water intake systems. The sheer weight and number of the creatures overwhelmed the filters, forcing an emergency shutdown of multiple reactors and bringing this industrial giant to its knees.
There were 4 reactors out of the 6 at Graveline's nuclear plant that were in production that had to shut down, that had an emergency shutdown of the reactor because jellyfish got into the channel that allows the 3rd circuit to pump water into the North Sea.
This stunning incident is not an isolated event,
There you go,
but a potent
Casey.
symptom of a world in flux.
Yep.
The North Sea, like oceans across the globe, is now experiencing record-breaking warmth, creating an ideal, supercharged breeding ground for these swarms.
Yep.
This very same phenomenon is also responsible for a curious and unsettling new reality in Britain's waters. As the seas heat up, extraordinary new species are now making their homes around the UK, a migration driven by changing temperatures. The arrival of octopus and bluefin tuna, once exotic visitors, now serves as a stark reminder of the profound, often invisible consequences of a warming planet. The jellyfish in France and the new species in the UK are 2 sides of a single global story. When the ocean strikes back, it does so in ways we can neither anticipate nor easily combat.
So, again, you notice that this story came from France. There are other examples of this happening in other places around the world, too. The one from this video, this wasn't in France, this was in Sweden.
Of pepper. In Sweden.
So this has so far happened, to my knowledge, in France, in Sweden, in Israel, in Canada, I think. I want to say it's also happened in Japan and China. This is becoming increasingly common that you have swarms of jellyfish that end up clogging the filters in nuclear power plants and causing them to shut down. And that's because sea jelly numbers are exploding currently because of us, because of human actions.
A massive cluster of moon jellyfish shut down one of the world's largest nuclear reactors by clogging the plant's essential pipes.
Yep.
And in the Sea of Japan, thousands of 200-kilogram Nomura's jellyfish with bells 2 meters in diameter.
So the bell, which is the, essentially like head of the jellyfish, 2 meters across. That's over 6 feet. These things are huge. So, here. They can be enormous. Huge. Just incredible. Try and pull up a video for you here. I guess we'll here. Let's look at this instead.
Nomura jellyfish, one of the largest in the world.
Check that out.
They can grow to over 2 meters wide and weigh more than 200 kilograms. Drifting through the oceans
Okay,
before the dinosaurs, without blood, bones, or a brain. Billions are now heading into Japanese waters. Their giant bodies gracefully float through the oceans. But these jellyfish devastate ecosystems, and they're lethal to the local fishing industry.
Yep.
No one knows why Nomura blooms are increasing.
That's a number of different factors.
Is it global warming or man-made pollution?
Partly, yeah.
Swarms that happened every 4 decades now strike nearly every year. Can science prevent jellyfish from taking over the oceans?
It's very difficult to stop this jellyfish. They can survive forever.
I'll give you a link if you would like to watch the rest of this, but it's nice to be able to go through this video here and just kind of, you know, look at these little animations. It's trying to tell you this really quickly. It's nice to be able to flesh that out and show you some actual footage. I think it kind of hammers the point home that, like, this is real stuff, you know?
100-kilogram Nomura's jellyfish, with bells 2 meters in diameter, swarm fishermen, snapping nets and devouring local fish.
Yep.
Around the world, these animals voraciously consume fish eggs and larvae, routinely undermine marine farming efforts, and outcompete adult fish by consuming the resources they need to survive. If things
So not only are these sea jellies eating the larval fish, so they're eating baby fish and fish eggs, but the adult fish, which need food to survive, obviously, they are animals after all, some of these adult fish are starving because the sea jellies are eating all of their food. It's... yeah. And, Emo Purulento, if you're going to be, like, flooding the chat with just, like, AI-generated spam like that, please don't do that, okay? I don't want to have to time you out or ban you or anything, so just please don't. Yeah.
Stay on their current trajectory, we could be headed for a future where the entire ocean is thick with jellyfish. So, is there anything that can keep these gelatinous creatures under control? Enter the humble sea turtle.
So this brings us back to Operation Leatherback here.
There are a wide range of marine animals that feed on jellyfish, but sea turtles are among their most ancient predators. And while every known species of sea turtle preys on jellyfish at some point in their lives, none consume quite as many as the leatherback.
It's really extraordinary how much gelatinous zooplankton these guys eat. That's pretty much all they eat. Sea jellies, siphonophores, other cnidarians, stuff like that, salps, man-of-war, that kind of thing. They are prolific consumers of these guys, and they help keep their populations down. I think it's not a coincidence, necessarily, that we're seeing explosions in sea jelly populations and kind of mortifying declines in leatherback turtle populations. The fewer leatherbacks you have to consume these jellies, the more and more jellies you'll have, you know? Yeah. Will they eat pretty much any jellyfish or certain species only? I'm sure there's certain species that are too small for these guys to eat, Casey, because some of them are like, you know, the size of a grain of rice or smaller. The favorite species, or among the preferred food species, rather, of leatherbacks off the Pacific coast of the U.S. So, just out there, right now as we speak, there are leatherback turtles that are feeding off of the California coast. And so they migrate all the way over from Asia in order to feed on sea jellies that thrive in these waters. It's like upwelling of water from these deep ocean canyons brings up nutrients. The jellyfish feed on those, and these guys feed on the jellyfish. So apparently their favorite species are sea nettles. These guys. Yeah. Who are really pretty. I think we might actually have some at the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Yeah, sea nettle jellyfish. These are the primary food of leatherbacks off the California coast, as far as I'm aware. So that... there we go. Monterey Bay Aquarium has a live cam that you can watch with jellies in their enclosure here, and I think these might be sea nettles. Actually, I think it might be the same species. Yep, the delicate sea nettles in the open sea exhibit. Very cool. I'll give you a link to this. Monterey Bay Aquarium is one of my favorite places in the world. It is so cool. And they also stream here on Twitch too. What are they up to right now, I wonder? There it is. Very nice. Very cool. Here, I'm not gonna bother them in their chat right now, but yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, that's a lovely coincidence. It happened to be exactly what we were talking about there on their live cam. How you doing, How to Do It? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Go give Monterey Bay Aquarium a follow if you're not yet doing so. Some of you are probably not aware that they're on Twitch, but they do some really cool stuff. So anyway, leatherback turtles. Yeah.
Leatherbacks are the largest species of sea turtle, and they eat jellyfish almost exclusively, devouring well over 1,000 metric tons of them over their roughly 50-year lifespans.
So, again, these turtles can live about 50 years, we think. I don't think it's super well understood what their natural lifespan is. They're not as well studied as you would like to see. But 1,000 metric tons. So that's over 1 million kilograms of sea jellies throughout their lifespan. One turtle can eat 1 million kilos of jellyfish during its life. That's extraordinary, you know? So just a few leatherbacks can potentially make a dent in like a supermassive bloom of sea jellies like this, you know? If we want to be able to help bring jellyfish populations back into balance with their ecosystem, leatherbacks are kind of essential for them, you know?
This is particularly remarkable because jellyfish are 95% water and very low in calories. So to maintain a healthy weight, the average 500 kilogram leatherback needs to eat roughly 400 kilograms of jellyfish every day.
Which is nuts. I mean, think about that. Think about that. You weigh 500 kilos, and you need to eat 400 kilos of jellyfish every day. Astonishing, right? And Hivarius, hey, thank you for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And how are we weighing the jellies? So the water factors into that. So if they're 95% water, that means 95% of that weight in water is just being expelled out the back of the turtle, you know? Which is still kind of remarkable in and of itself, you know? So what's a food that's 95% water? I don't know. Would that be something like watermelon? Soup? Celery? Cucumbers? Jello? Jello is a good one, Mechaholic. I like that. Yeah. So I did an image search for 400 kilo bowl of Jello, and this I think is the closest I got. Imagine consuming 80% of your body weight in Jello every single day. That's kind of what these turtles are doing, but instead of Jello, it's jellyfish. You know? Pretty extraordinary. Yeah. And the turtle still has to digest the jellyfish and process it to get rid of the water? Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. And so they've got some incredible adaptations to be able to do that. It's pretty neat. Yeah. Like extra propulsion. There you go, Shogo. Yeah. Yeah. Extraordinary. You know? Like, how wild is that? There.
It's roughly the same weight as a grand piano.
A grand piano. Extraordinary.
And while some sea turtle species
giant, wreaking his
and crack eggs.
fury on modern man and his puny machines.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Been documented selectively eating their prey's protein-rich gonads. Leatherbacks eat jellyfish whole, mowing down huge swaths of unsuspecting jellies. Normally.
Oh, and hang on a second. Did I miss something? from Horns fan. Oh, way up there. I assume you're going to get this, but if jellyfish populations are exploding, won't that favor proliferation of many more leatherback turtles? No. So just as Fiona the T-Rex was saying right there, she's quite right. There's the reasons why leatherback turtles populations are declining is because of humans. There's a whole host of different threats to leatherback turtles. Everything from ship strikes, like these turtles being hit by boats, and hit by propellers and stuff like that, to people stealing their eggs, to, you know, the destruction of the nesting habitats, the beaches that the females need to lay their eggs on. Also things like plastic pollution, things like climate change that, you know, if the beaches are too hot, then all of the embryos die in their eggs. To things like, really the biggest threat to this species is overfishing. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of leatherback turtles that are killed in fishing nets, just drowned in the nets every single year. You've got these ships that go out there, and they've got these enormous nets that might be miles wide and miles long, and they're just scooping up everything in the water, everything from fishes to shrimp to sea turtles to whales. And just everything gets killed. That's the primary threat to leatherback turtles right now. All of these other ones that I mentioned are threats as well, but that is what is really driving the decline in their numbers currently. And this video is going to talk about that too. Yeah.
Jellyfish aren't quite this defenseless. Most species have tentacles covered in cells called cnidocytes, which contain venomous harpoons coiled and ready to launch.
So this is something that we'll be talking about. Well, Casey's going to be talking about this with respect to the vaquita, this beautiful little porpoise, that is the world's most endangered cetacean. This little critter. Here's one that I think was killed in a net. There's, I think, fewer than 15 of them alive in the world right now. 15, not 1,500, not 15,000. 15 individuals still left. They are absolutely on the verge of extinction. They could be saved, but it's almost entirely illegal fishing operations that are responsible for their decline. It's gill nets that people use in the Sea of Cortez. So yeah. There are more people active in the chat than there are vaquitas in the world. It's true, Charlie's Dragon. It's true. So it's a serious problem. Anyway, I don't know. I'm not saying anybody else needs to do this, but this is why I haven't eaten seafood for, what, like 20 years at this point. I can't abide it, you know?
I can see that my
Dinosaur Dave,
1,000 a year has been well spent.
thank you for the 46 months, now at tier 3.
So I'm
Dinosaur
working
Dave,
on
thank
all
you.
my Lego fossils and prepping them.
Very
This
nice.
week I am rebooting my Guess That Lego fossil, so if you want, I can do that in the Discord as well.
Very cool, Dinosaur Dave. Very, very nice. Well, enjoy your week off. That's excellent. And good luck with all the Lego stuff. Awesome. Do you have a link to your Discord there that people can look at? And Renfield says, with only 15 left, is it too late to save them? Not trying to be negative, but surely with only 15, the chance of repopulation seems insurmountable. Well, I mean, with condors, we had something like 20 left in the whole world, California condors. And today, I wouldn't say they're thriving, but their numbers have certainly rebounded. There's a few hundred of them now. It takes intensive conservation efforts and a lot of dedicated people, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, but it's absolutely worth it. I think for the vaquita, it's possible to save this species. It's just a question of of willpower? Do we have the political will to do that? I think about this all the time. It's one of these things where, like, I don't know. If I... You've probably heard the phrase, there are no good billionaires. I believe that's true. And I think the Vaquita is proof, you know? Like, if somebody has an obscene amount of money like that, you would think that they'd find some cause that they're incredibly passionate about, and they would just make it happen, you know? This would be absolutely top of my list if I were to win the Super Lotto tomorrow or something. It's like, okay, we're saving the Vaquita. This is happening, you know? Anywho, yeah. Yeah. And Fiona the T-Rex says, wouldn't conservation be more difficult with marine creatures? Feels harder to control the habitat of marine creatures than, say, a condor? No, if anything, I think it's kind of easier because they're more contained. So, that's the thing about the Vaquita, is that they only live in one very specific area. In the Gulf of California. So their habitat is very, very restricted. They basically just live right here. So they're bounded in on 3 sides by land. And that's their habitat. They don't live anywhere else. They probably used to extend throughout the whole Gulf of California, but now apparently they're just restricted to right here. So if you could just close off that area to fishing, which gillnet fishing is already illegal in that part of Mexico, but people still do it. The reason why people do that is they're trying to feed their families. There's a species of fish that, was it the totoba, I think? It is also endangered, and it's illegal to fish for with gill nets. But people still do it because they're trying to feed their families because, well, this area has just been, like, economically devastated. I think largely due to deindustrialization in the area. Like, it all comes back to economic stuff. Like, ultimately, it all goes back to wealthy people being extraordinarily greedy and soaking up all the money for themselves, so other people are destitute and they have to try and do stuff like this in order to feed their families. It always comes back to that, you know? It's just incredibly frustrating. The Totoba, there you go. Casey, yeah. Yeah. But there you go, Zyke Kraychek, yeah. Zach Kraychek. Illegal Totoba fishing in the Sea of Cortez from the cartels is the biggest issue. Yeah. Anyhow. And no man, animals migrate to where the food is. This isn't the Vaquita migrating to where the food is. There's only a few left in this one spot because all the other ones have been killed by gill nets. So it's, yeah. Anyway, Mini Pie, you want some treats, don't you? Yeah. There we go. Yeah. And Hyveria says, that's my concern about conservation efforts. No, I mean, this is my point, is that if you just give some money to this local community, give people an economic incentive not to go out and fish, then you've solved the problem, you know? You take the fishing nets out of the water, and these porpoises are not going to be killed by the nets, you know? It's I think way simpler than most people want to admit. Like, it's just a question of political will at this point, you know? Yeah. But yeah. Anyhow. Before I, get ready to actually talk about Vaquita in depth or anything, I want to make sure I actually do some more reading about this. And I need to make sure that I'm well versed in this topic from all sides. So I'm not just running my mouth, you know? But yeah, we'll be doing this. Casey Snowart is actually hoping to do a front page stream all about the vaquita later this autumn, and I am 1,000,000% in support of that. So, yeah. But yeah. Anywho, let's get back to leatherbacks here. Hey, Mini Pie. Hey, do you want some treats? Come here. Hey. Sorry, I was ignoring you. Come here. Do you want some treats, Mini Pie? Come on. No? Hey. Minnie? I'm sorry I was ignoring you. Come on up. Come on. Hey. She's not interested anymore. Okay, never mind. Yeah. And excellent. That's really good, Casey. Beautiful. Yeah. All right, let's get back to leatherback turtles versus sea jellies.
Species have tentacles covered in cells called cnidocytes.
So often animals go extinct because no one knows about them and word doesn't get out. Keep asking questions. Exactly, Casey. Oh, we're gonna be doing this. And I also wanna. I want to see if I can 3D print this beauty right here. So this is a juvenile vaquita skeleton. I've already downloaded these files, and it would be really cool to be able to 3D print this life-size. And, yeah, shoot. Casey, if you think you have room in your studio, I'd be more than happy to put this together and paint it and then ship it to you. If that might be cool for your background for Save the Vaquita Day. Or I could just hand it to you at TwitchCon, but I'm guessing you're probably gonna fly, right? And you probably don't want a whole cetacean skeleton in your luggage. But I could totally do that, yeah. Yeah. That would be so cool. Let's make it happen, Casey. Yeah. Oh, you're driving to TwitchCon. Well. Just hand it to you in person then. Yeah. That would be awesome. Let's see if I can do that. I've got a whole bunch of the beige filament just sitting around right now. And so maybe once we're done with this this terror bird skull, I can start getting start printing this. It's gonna take a little bit of work beforehand in Blender to get rid of some of this stuff because it's in the file. So there's some wire wrapping and stuff like that. There's some weird stuff going around the pectoral flippers. But I think I can probably get rid of a lot of that stuff in Blender and kind of optimize this for printing. But that would be really neat. How cool would that be to have that hanging in your studio? I really love 3D printing and working on these things, but I'm also starting to kind of run out of space to a certain extent. So we'll see if we can make this happen. Yeah. Anyhow. And what creature is this? This is the vaquita, Spartan. Here. Here, take a look at this.
Researchers and biologists are teaming up for a desperate last-ditch effort to save the rarest of all marine mammals. The vaquita, an endangered species of porpoise, is down to the last few dozen of its type left in the world.
It's less than that now.
Went on an expedition in the Gulf of California to save
this is from 7 years ago.
From extinction.
As the sun creeps above the horizon,
we head out with a disparate group of volunteers, veterinarians, and marine biologists on a difficult, some would say impossible mission. 2 years in the making to track the rarest of marine mammals, the vaquita porpoise.
This is bigger than vaquita. For conservation in general of marine mammals.
The vaquita means little cow in Spanish.
Lorenzo Rojas Bracco is directing the effort. It's been an uphill battle against the odds, the cost, now in the $5 million range, and the elements.
Might seem calm out here, but when there's any chop in the water at all, the spotters have a hard time telling the difference between the little tops of the waves and the dorsal fins.
The challenge is amplified by the fact that there are so few of the diminutive porpoises left. Recent reports show the vaquita population has dropped from almost 600 in 1997 to just 30 today.
It's estimated there's fewer than 20, maybe fewer than 15 in 2025.
Found only here in the Gulf of California.
The threat is these sunken nets that are placed out illegally at night to catch totuaba.
The vaquita's rapid decline is an unintended consequence of the increasing demand for totuaba. These fish can fetch up to $10,000 each on the Chinese black market. Their swim bladder is believed to boost fertility.
Basically,
which is completely it doesn't do that, you know? These people are being swindled. I don't know. This is why science education is so important, you know? It is just a superstition, yeah. And ultimately, I think this is one of the reasons why science education is so incredibly important, you know? Because if you're gullible enough to think that, you know, eating the swim bladder of an endangered species is going to boost your fertility, then, like, I don't know. There's that old phrase that, like, if you can get people to believe absurdities, you can get them to commit atrocities. I think this is an example of that, you know? So anyway, I'll give you a link to this video right here, but, yeah. Sometimes it seems like everything in the world is going wrong, you know? Sometimes it seems like there's just darkness choking out the light, and that nothing's going the way that it should. But it's at times like this when it's so important to fight for what's good, to try and save these creatures from extinction, you know? Bit by little bit, we can improve the world. We can make things better. And I'm trying to do whatever I can in that regard. You know, it's super excited about this project that Casey is embarking on here. She has all of my support with this. And I'm, you know, trying to do the same thing with leatherback turtles as well. It's important to not wallow in despair. It's important to fight for what you believe in and try and make the world a better place in whatever way that you can. Just the very act of fighting back like that, I think, it's not just good for improving this, it's good for improving yourself as well, you know? Don't let despair take over. Do what you can. So that's why we're talking about leatherback turtles here, you know?
Suspecting jellies. Normally, jellyfish aren't quite this defenseless. Most species have tentacles covered in cells called cnidocytes, which contain venomous harpoons coiled and ready to launch. These barbed structures, known as nematocysts, are released on contact. Jellyfish frequently use this sting to paralyze and kill their food,
right there.
and it can also irritate the skin of would-be intruders. But it's
we talked about. Thank you, InGen.
This is the Rosetta Stone of meat-eating dinosaurs.
And there is no such a thing as a Rosetta Stone in science.
Thank you, InGen, for the 34 months. Appreciate it. Yeah, and Casey says, I appreciate you, Danny. I really do think Twitch could be an incredible platform for conservation education, stirring up passion in people for the world around us. Excited for your leatherback arc and would love to support that as well if I can. Thank you, Casey. We're still at the very beginning stages of this, but yeah, I'm excited for what's going on so far. No, Man, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Really appreciate that. Holy cow.
With those 5 gift subs.
Good stuff. I appreciate that, No Man. Thank you for your generosity. There are 5 lucky chatters who won't have to watch a single ad for the next month. Thanks to you. Thanks for helping support this mission of science outreach and education and conservation, too. Good stuff. I appreciate that, No Man. Thank you. I actually need to send an email out after the end of today's stream. Yeah, I've been corresponding with some leatherback turtle researchers, and I might be able to organize a meeting for next week. We'll see. But I got to check in on that. It's been about a month since I've talked to them last, and anyhow. Yeah, let's continue.
Useless against sea turtles. Most of these reptiles have thick scales covered in keratin, the same material that makes up nails and claws. This leathery armor protects their skin while they hunt, and any captured prey that tries to escape is impaled on the keratinized spikes lining the leatherback's esophagus.
Yep, and this is really cool. This is, the inside of the mouth and throat of a leatherback turtle looks like something out of Return of the Jedi, honestly. It looks like a Sarlacc pit. It's nuts. And I've showed this before on several streams in the past, but this will be new to some of you. It is pretty extraordinary. Yeah, look at that. So this is to help those gelatinous zooplankton from slipping out of the throat. It's these barbs, what are called papillae. They look like they're teeth. These are not teeth. So these are actually soft tissue spikes. And they're kind of like rubbery. So they're not particularly hard, or I guess they are sharp, but they're not particularly rigid. I want to touch them, says Rainstorm Fur. Well, here's the thing. Is that, there we go. So here is... Oh, this figure might look familiar. Where did I get this?
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaur.
And thank you for the 100 bits there, Hogan. Getting that hype train started. Beautiful. Thank you, Hogan. Good stuff. Here. So this is Scott Benson, who's one of the leading researchers on leatherback turtles. And he's giving a talk about them. I'll give you a link to this, too. It is a brilliant source of information. Here is the link right here. Good stuff.
Gelatinous zooplankton specialist, or a jellivore, or however you'd want to talk about it. And inside that mouth, you see those throat papillae. They look pretty fearsome. They're not hard. They're actually flexible. But it's a great little adaptation to keep, if you've ever been around jellyfish, they're kind of slimy.
Yeah.
Keep that stuff moving down the esophagus down to the stomach. And so if I was to put my hand in there, it wouldn't tear it up like a garbage disposal or anything like that. But it does work very well for keeping jellies going down. And hence, it's a specialist. Just like you're probably familiar with blue whales and the type of baleen that they have that enables them to eating krill. So
anyway, very cool stuff. Link to that talk is right here. I highly recommend you take a look if you're as fascinated by these animals as I am, pretty neat. The video only has 11 likes. Can you believe that? Yeah. 338 views. Nuts. Let's get those numbers up, shall we? There, I'm doing my part. I've already liked this on probably 2 other accounts that I have. But anyway, yeah.
armor protects their skin while they hunt, and any captured prey that tries to escape is impaled on the keratinized spikes lining the leatherback's esophagus. For most sea...
Are there any other animals that have these spikes? That's actually the only animal I'm aware of that has it like that. There are other creatures. Somebody mentioned geese in the chat. Geese and ducks have got papillae, these like soft tissue spikes. Yeah. But this, I think, is for like filter feeding, like dabbling, basically. So it's got a different use than it does in leatherbacks, and I think it might be developmentally different too. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow.
And any
And penguin... Oh, yeah, penguins might have a similar thing, Dinosaur Dave, actually. Let's see. Penguin... papillae, there we go. So they're feeding on things like krill and fish and squid and stuff like that. But in them, it tends to be like in rows like this. So yeah, interesting. Yeah, it is similar, I suppose. Good catch there, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah. And camels have it too? Really? Are you certain? So this would be independently evolved in all of these animals. Oh, weird. Yeah, interesting. Huh. I did not know this. This is news to me. Interesting. Well. So camels eat jellyfish? They don't. No. They live in a pretty different habitat. Wild. Have to pick through thorny branches or shrubs. Here, let's look this up. Here. Bactrian camel. Here, Camelidae. Dromedary camel. Papillae. That's weird. It doesn't show up in the Wikipedia article. National Geographic. Hardened structures called papillae line the mouths of camels and other animals, including humans, to help them eat tough foods. Okay, but ours look different from this. Here's a camel chowing down on some cactus. So I guess that provides protection from the cactus spines. That's interesting. Very cool. They clearly don't mind the spines. It hurts, but they can handle it. Wild. What a cool animal. Camels are so, I think, underappreciated. Inside of a camel's mouth is lined with raised cone-shaped structures called papillae. They can be found in the mouths, internal cheeks, and tongues of some species. And they manipulate food flow in one direction, generally toward the stomach. Wild. Okay. Let's see here. So this is the same video that we were just watching. Look at that. Very cool. The camels really don't care. There you go, Casey, yeah. How many of you in chat can do this? I wouldn't recommend trying. Don't do it. they basically froth in the mouth when eating thorny food. Interesting. So they're probably trying to produce more saliva to get the food to travel down their throat more easily. Wild. Look at that. More fiber. There you go, Macon. Yes, indeed. So cool. Oh, man. Pretty neat. How do they know they can do that? They just eat whatever they want. They're camels, man. Yeah. No, so camels first evolved in North America. And cactus are... Yeah, they're New World species, right? Cactus first evolved in North America? North or South America? So, camels have probably been eating cactus for tens of millions of years. You know? It's probably an ability that they've evolved a long, long time ago. Really cool. Last dog I had would bark at the TV when camels were shown on the... Interesting, Lady Fiend. Neat. Camels are so cool. Yeah. We should do a camel stream at some point. But, yeah. How closely related to horses are they? Not closely related at all. So a camel is more closely related to a whale than it is to a horse. Yeah, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked it. Gives me an opportunity to talk about ungulate evolution. So let's go to our tree of life here. So, they have pain ungulata? I guess they don't in this tree. So let's try, let's go to mammals. Yeah. So here we go. And, oh, unfortunately, Mother Toad's Nursery Rhymes is in an ad right now. Shoot. Well, we're still going to look at this. So mammals are the group that includes you and me and everything from mice to whales. Oh, mammals. Mammals feed their young with milk. They're generally warm-blooded. They generally have hair. There's exceptions to both of those, but yeah. So, we'll go up the mammal tree. Therian mammals, placental mammals, Boroeutheria, and then Laurasiatheria. Thank you, Hyvarius, for gifting Mother Toad's Nursery Rhymes.
Hyvarius gifted a tier 1 sub to Mother Toad's Nursery Rhymes. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
There we go. Thank you, Hyvarius. I appreciate you. Okay, so we're looking at the mammal family tree here on our Tree of Life. So mammals, Therian mammals, placental mammals, Boroeutherian mammals, Laurasiatherians. So we're getting closer to our camels and horses. Further up, we get to this clade. And then right here, this is where the split occurs between the lineage that goes to horses and the lineage that goes to camels. So it happened about 72 million years ago, give or take, back in the Cretaceous period. This is the last time that camels and horses shared a common ancestor. It was way back in the Cretaceous. So horses are over here. So they're a kind of perissodactyl, a so-called odd-toed ungulate. So perissodactyls are this clade here, the odd-toed ungulates. So the perissodactyls are horses and their relatives, rhinos, and tapirs all together. Those are perissodactyls. They're called odd-toed ungulates because they've got an odd number of toes, at least on the front limbs, I think. Horses famously have one toe, the hoof. Rhinoceroses have 3. Tapirs have 3. So yeah, the odd-toed ungulates. Camels are not part of this. Camels are over here. The even-toed ungulates. Or cloven-hoofed ungulates right here. So this is a group that includes goats, pigs, giraffes, antelopes, cows, bovids like we were talking about. Like the bison or antelopes and stuff like that. Also hippopotamus and whales? What? Yeah. Whales, too. Whales are part of this group. So whales are up here within the clade of Whippomorpha. So whales are related to critters like hippos. It's their closest living relative are the hippos. But anyway, camels are down here. So camels are also part of this group. And camels might be like, well, they're not that early diverging, I guess. But yeah. So camel is more closely related to a whale than it is to a horse. Pretty neat, right? Pronghorns are also in this group, Hike the Earth. They're up there next to the giraffes. Yeah, there we go. There's the pronghorn. So this clade right here, the even-toed ungulates, or the artiodactyls, in some publications, changed the name to Cetariodactyla to include the whales too. But whales are a kind of hoofed mammal. Whales evolved from a critter that would have kind of looked like a wolf with hooves, like cloven hooves, like a pig or something. Here we go. So something would have looked kind of like this. Something like Pakicetus. And then over time, these critters became better and better adapted to life in the water. And each one of these we've got good fossils of. Each one of these different genera that are listed here. Pakicetus, Ambulocetus. Next up is, what, Cuchicetus? Yeah. And they just become increasingly whale-like over time. The evolution of whales is now one of the kind of best documented, like, major transitions in the history of evolution. We've got a wealth of fossils that kind of show in detail how this happened, and it's getting better and better every year. Super cool stuff. Henny says it's amazing what a few million years can do. Absolutely. Yeah. But yeah, and it's not wolf-like in my opinion, says Charlie's Dragon. Okay. If we're talking about critters like Indohyus. Yeah. I mean, wolf-like is kind of the cliche. That's what everybody says in books. But it's kind of like a little deer-mouse thing. Yeah. In fact, it reminds me a lot of like a chevroton. Yeah. Which is a little mousy, deery critter. Kind of remind me of that. They've got such funny little teeth. Yeah. So anyway, it reminds me of this. I'm not saying this is where whales came from, but the creature that whales came from looks superficially similar to this. You know? Yeah. Pretty neat. Yeah. And Kettlecook says it makes sense. There's so much evidence since whales are in conditions that are conducive to fossilization. Yeah. So, oh, is this still not working? Shoot. Yeah, our, like, ancient Earth globe site has been down for the past week. Let's see. But there we go. This'll work, I suppose. This is... Oh, okay. It's small, but we can make it work. This is pretty much the arrangement of the continents, the time when the first whales were evolving. So India down here had not yet smashed into mainland Asia. India starts off down here. It cruises on up through the ocean. Year after year, it moves closer and closer and eventually slams into mainland Asia, pushes up the Himalayan mountains. But during this time, there's these kind of tropical, almost Caribbean-like seas right here, and this seems to be where whales originated. This is where the fossils of the earliest whales come from. Things like Pachycetus, Ambulocetus, and Indohyus are all from up in here. That was kind of the cradle of cetaceanization. Yeah, and whale bones became heavier to adapt to the water. That's the thing, Hennies, is that any animal that has any tetrapod animal that goes back into the ocean, so an animal with vertebrae and bones and stuff like that, limbs, any mammal or reptile, or bird for that matter, that goes into the ocean, since they're breathing air, you've got lungs that are full of air and you're trying to dive down when you've got a whole bunch of air in your body. It's like you've got to do something else to make yourself more neutrally buoyant, to make it easier to dive down. And so a lot of these animals that undergo that transition from living on land to living in the ocean, they got to do something to counteract that buoyancy. And so oftentimes what they do is pachystosis. So they will actually, inside of their bones, they'll like fill in part of the marrow cavity with bone. This is over tens of millions of years. The bones will become thicker and heavier on the inside, and that helps make the animals more dense and less buoyant, so they can swim around more easily. They won't immediately buoy up to the surface like a cork. It's pretty cool how that works, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Mary Spice. Yeah, when I'm saying that India smashed into mainland Asia, that would have taken millions of years. It would have happened, when I say smash, I'm talking about in geological terms. It happened at about the same speed that, like, our fingernails grow, you know? A little bit faster from India. India was really booking it, but, like, still, that's the kind of order of magnitude we're talking about. That's the general sense that you should get, is, like, it's about the same speed as, like, fingernail growth. Something like that. It was going very fast for a continent. Good point, Hannies. Yes, thank you. Yeah. And Pointy Zero says, did dinosaurs evolve on Pangaea? Yeah, they did. So, when the first dinosaurs show up, it was long before this. It was, and I wish our globe were working, but it's not. There we go. All the continents were stuck together. This is back in the Triassic period. The continents had smushed together like this before they broke apart again. So during this time, when the first dinosaurs evolved, they could basically spread out all throughout the world to any continent. And then when the continents break apart, dinosaurs are just along for the ride. That's one of the reasons why we have dinosaurs on all 7 continents, including Antarctica. Dinosaurs have been found on all 7 of Earth's continents, which is pretty cool. Yeah. Anywho. Should we search for an alternate globe in case it's kaput? We'll see, Mary Space. Yeah, actually, if you wouldn't mind searching, you can, for sure. But yeah, we went pretty far afield here. Let's get back to our leatherbacks, shall we? We still don't know where these critters originated. A lot of marine reptiles are kind of mysterious like that. It may have been in the Indo-Pacific. It could have been... leatherback turtles evolved long before whales did. They're far older than whales as a group, like as a lineage that split off. But some evidence seems to point to origin in the Indo-Pacific region, but I think that's still pretty spotty.
Captured prey that tries to escape is impaled on the
keratinized
spikes lining the leatherback's esophagus. For most sea turtles, these adaptations make individual jellyfish easy prey. However, a jelly population's true defense mechanism is in how quickly they can reproduce. Almost all jellyfish species have evolved to reproduce both sexually and asexually, allowing them to increase their numbers with or without a partner. In tropical environments, jellyfish reproduce constantly throughout the year, but in more temperate climates, species often reproduce all at once in a massive bloom, where jellies multiply at alarming rates. and humanity is making these blooms much more frequent.
Yeah,
Fertilizer
it's a
runoff
problem.
from farms introduces chemicals that simultaneously kill other fish and prompt blooms. High water temperatures caused by climate change speed up jellyfish reproduction and extend the reproductive season. Meanwhile, both marine construction and pollution dramatically increase the surface area for jellyfish polyps to attach, grow, and mature.
So this is a really important point. Plastic pollution like this is bad for leatherback turtles because leatherbacks, they see a plastic bag floating around and it looks just like their favorite prey. Where did that go? There. So imagine you're a leatherback turtle. You're swimming through the briny depths like this. You've got to eat something like 400 kilos of sea jellies in a day, every day, if you want to continue to put on weight and be able to make the big migration across the ocean to go reproduce. You're cruising through like this and you're just snacking on jellies. There's a big plastic bag right here. It's going to look exactly like a sea jelly. It's a problem with these guys ingesting things like plastic bags. It's a serious problem. So yeah. But not only that, plastic bags and other plastic waste and other just detritus in the ocean like this, it gives these, I almost said embryonic, it gives the tiny little baby sea jellies a place to sit and grow. So it vastly increases their number. That's what he mentioned here in the narration.
Area for jellyfish polyps to attach, grow, and mature.
So the thing is, plastic waste is very bad for leatherback turtles, and it's very good for sea jellies. And the fewer leatherback turtles there are, the more the sea jellies' numbers can skyrocket, and they can just basically kill everything else in the ocean, you know?
All these issues require a wide range of policy-based solutions, but one major way to prevent jellyfish populations from getting out of hand is to protect their natural predators. Many of whom are currently under threat. Small-scale fisheries that are essential to communities in Mexico and Peru often use gill nets, which unintentionally capture and kill hundreds of sea turtles each year. In the Eastern Pacific, these practices could drive leatherbacks to extinction in the next 60 years.
In fact, that's what's currently on track to happen. So, leatherback turtle populations in the Eastern Pacific, that's where I live, right over here. So, right now, as we speak, there are leatherback turtles that are feeding off the coast of San Francisco right now. It's estimated there's about 50 left in this population. Those numbers are declining by between 5 and 6% every year, which means that they're losing 6% of their population every year. 6% of these leatherback turtles are dying year after year. So yeah, only 50. Yeah, Squiggles, that's what we're talking about. Yeah.
Fortunately, some researchers have already developed inexpensive tools to minimize these risks. Attaching green LED lights to gill nets has proven useful for allowing sea turtles, dolphins, and even seabirds to avoid fishing gear. Solutions like this should allow small-scale fishers to support their communities while minimizing their impact on our leathery ocean defenders.
How does the... So, really cool video from Ted Ed right here. There are organizations that are trying to stop this, trying to give leatherback turtles a chance to to thrive again and not get caught in these gill nets and be drowned like this. There is an organization that I've discovered recently that we might end up doing some work with. We'll see. I'm still kind of putting feelers out, given that I'm so new to all of this. I'm trying to figure out which of the organizations that are doing the most good right now and who's most in need of help. If we were to do a fundraiser, if we were to do some special outreach streams, stuff like that.
I'll just give you my message up front. Try not to go extinct.
That's good advice. Thank you, Luias. Luias8 for the follow. Welcome, welcome. We're trying to prevent these remarkable creatures from going extinct. There's an organization called the Canadian Sea Turtle Network up in Halifax, Nova Scotia. And they produced this video a while ago in English and in French. I can't believe this only has 39 views, but take a look. This is from 2005, so it's about 20 years old at this point. But I think it's charming. Take a look. Do we have any Canadians in the chat, by the way? If you're north of the border, make some noise.
Leatherback turtles have been swimming in the ocean for approximately 150 years.
And holy cow! Generator Frasia. Welcome, welcome, everybody. It's wonderful to have you here. Holy cow. Here. How are you doing, everybody? Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. There we go.
That's why dinosaurs don't exist no more.
And we're gonna have to turn off our alerts real quick, aren't we? Thank you for all the follows, everybody. Armavir, Neuron Glamour, Carl Harba, thank you very, very much. There we go.
Dziękuję bardzo za rajd. Nazywam się Dany, jestem paleontologiem i teraz rozmawiamy o żółwiach skórzastych.
I hope that was decipherable. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. My name is Danny Anduza. I work on dinosaurs primarily, but we're also talking about leatherback sea turtles today because I'm starting to get involved with leatherback turtle conservation. Don't worry, Danny, most of us speak English. I presumed so, Carol Harba, but I don't want to come across as entitled. I want to welcome all of my Polish-speaking viewers as well. And thank you. Whoop. Nope, not that.
Generator Friday.
Generator Friday. Thank you so much for the raid. Let's see if I can learn how to say this in Polish.
Witajcie, rabusie.
Witajcie, rabusie.
Witajcie, rabusie.
Witajcie, rabusie. Welcome, Raiders, to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to have you here. Holy cow. Let's see the turtles. We're going to be assembling a semi-life-size leatherback turtle in just a little bit. 3D printed. I do a lot of 3D printing on this channel. Currently printing a terror bird skull right now. But just a few days ago, we got finished printing a big old leatherback turtle. Before we get to that, just quick little introduction for anybody who might be new. But Generator Fragia, how was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome, welcome. This is me, right here.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Welcome everybody. And Polish Poe is a turtle, and people 3D print him. Maloney, that's really funny. I like that a lot. Very cool. Now, please forgive my uncouth American ignorance, but does Poland have any coastline? Or is Poland landlocked? It has a coastline on the Baltic Sea. Well. There's a decent chance that you have leatherback turtles off your coast. That would be unusual, I guess, but if there are any species of sea turtle that would appear off the Polish coast, it would be a leatherback. They've been known to travel as far north as the Northern Sea, like Norway, the Aleutian Islands, in Alaska. They're a remarkable creature that, well, shoot, they appear off the coast of Canada as well. Like we're gonna see here in this video. There we go. There we go.
Leatherback turtles have been swimming in the ocean for approximately 150 million years.
And it might not be 150, it might be, I usually say 80 million years. Sea turtles in general originate about 150 million years ago. But I think the Dermachelyidae, the family that includes leatherback turtles, that particular lineage, I think they go back to about 80 million years. But who's counting, you know? What's a few tens of millions of years between friends?
I think they're one of the world's most remarkable animals.
You have seals. Oh, very cool.
My name is Mike James, and I'm the director of the Nova Scotia Leatherback Turtle Working Group. Since 1997, with the help of commercial fishermen, tour boat operators, and coastal community members, we've been working to conserve this amazing reptile.
Pretty neat.
In this video, you'll learn more about leatherbacks and what you can do to help when you find them dead or alive at sea. The leatherback is one of the largest reptiles in the world.
Yep.
Like almost all reptiles, these turtles hatch from eggs. Atlantic leatherbacks mainly nest on beaches in South and Central America, the Caribbean, and Africa. When the turtles hatch, they have a carapace or top shell length of about 6 centimeters, and they weigh approximately as much as a chocolate bar. Before they reach adult size, however, they will experience an incredible 10,000-fold increase in body weight.
They are enormous when they're full grown.
Leatherbacks routinely weigh over 1,000 pounds and can grow to a carapace length of more than 2 meters.
An interesting heels, okay.
Leatherbacks are easy to identify, not only because of their size, but also because they are covered in a leathery, bluish-black skin, and they have 7 prominent ridges running the length of their shell.
Yep, and so you might look at it and go, that's not 7, that's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But there's also one that runs along the perimeter. That's the 6th and 7th one. Anyway, the leatherback turtles, one of the reasons why I think they're so cool, well, one of the reasons why they're unique. You're not going to mistake this for any other species of turtle. Nobody else looks like this. They are the last surviving member of a lineage of turtles that goes all the way back to the Cretaceous period. There's nobody else like them. Just that silhouette right there is unique. Nobody else has got these ridges that run longitudinally down the shell like that. Nobody else has that super hydrodynamic, almost teardrop-shaped fuselage. The hull of this turtle, its main body, its carapace and its plastron, it's very streamlined, which makes a lot of sense because these guys are extraordinary swimmers. There are... There we go. They're leatherback turtles that migrate all the way from the beaches of Indonesia, where they lay their eggs, up to the Pacific coast of the United States, Oregon, and Washington, and of course, California, where I live. There, like I've been saying during this stream, there are leatherback turtles right over there, feeding off near the Farallon Islands, and near Monterey Bay, off the coast of California, kind of near San Francisco. Oh, hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? Yeah. And here, while we're talking about leatherback turtles, why don't we change our lighting to suit that a bit? There we go. Come on now. There we are. Good stuff. Yeah. Mini Pie, how are you doing?
Do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
And Garakabulka, I do have a Discord server, yes indeed. And thank you for all of the follows, everybody. Really appreciate that. Holy cow. Good stuff. Anyway, this is one of my landlords here. I gotta make sure we pay her on the regular so I don't get kicked out. Huh, Mini Pie? Huh. Yeah. If you like my keyboard, thank you, Armavir. It's made of wood. Yeah, this is a wooden keyboard right here, made of bamboo. It's got some cat hair on it right now. But, yeah, anywho. Anyway, the migration of leatherbacks is pretty incredible. So the females and the males will both do this. They'll migrate between the feeding grounds on the west coast of North America, all the way down to Indonesia to lay their eggs. The males follow the females, breed with them, and then only the females go up onto the beaches. But yeah, it's pretty cool how that works. These are marathon swimmers, and they feed almost entirely on things like jellyfish, on gelatinous zooplankton. Jellyfish, salps, man-of-war, other siphonophores, cnidarians, things like that. So yeah. But yeah. And where do they sleep? Leatherback turtles? In the ocean. Do they stop for sleep? You know, I'm not sure, actually. That's a really good question. Huh. I don't suspect they do stop to sleep. Although maybe they do. I don't know. Yeah. Marine Biology Conservation Society here. This looks neat. I don't know if I've seen this video before. Feeding behavior, life history. Sea turtles can rest or sleep underwater for several hours at a time, but submergence time is much shorter when diving for food or to escape predators. So apparently, yeah, they sleep underwater and they hold their breath during that. It does make sense. You're going to be breathing less frequently. Your metabolic rate drops when you're asleep. So it would make sense that they can be submerged for longer if they're not actively using up a lot of oxygen like they do when they're swimming. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Breath-holding ability is affected by activity and stress, which is why turtles drown in shrimp trawls and other fishing gear within a relatively short time. Yeah. Anyhow. And I wonder that too, Murph. That would be interesting. Yeah. And some sea turtles bask on beaches. That's true, Tamarchi. Leatherbacks do not do that, though. So I think it's green sea turtles and like hawksbills and loggerheads. They will come up onto the beach and just kind of rest and, you know, warm themselves up in the sun. Leatherbacks do not do this. They are entirely pelagic. They usually hang out in deeper waters. The males, once they hatch out of their eggs, they never come up back onto the beach ever again in their whole lives. Only the females come up onto the beach. So yeah, RB42, very funny. Anywho, yeah. What's this video?
Climate change raises sea levels. It could wipe out beaches that are vital for endangered migrants that come here from thousands of miles away.
True.
Leatherback sea turtles. They can reach 7 feet long and weigh as much as a ton. And they sustain this vast bulk on little more than jellyfish.
Yep.
But these giants are at risk from pollution and industrial-scale fisheries. Hundreds drown each year, tangled in nets or hooked on long lines.
Yep.
Leatherback numbers have dropped by around 70% in the last 40 years.
It's more than that now.
Panama provides critical...
Anyway, so they're going to talk about nesting beaches here, but I wanted to focus primarily on...
Some people say their shell looks a bit like an...
On what this group is doing. Yeah, this is the Canadian Sea Turtle Network up in Nova Scotia. And one of the things that they do is they provide resources to people on how to keep leatherbacks from getting caught in fishing nets and fishing gear and stuff like that. And how to cut them loose if they do get caught.
Overturned dory. From a distance, some people confuse a leatherback's large head with that of a gray seal. Unlike a seal, however, each leatherback has a unique pink spot on the top of its head.
Yep. So that's actually light sensitive. So this spot that they've got is pretty thin here on their skull. And they're light sensitive cells. This is like the pineal gland associated with the brain. It's light sensitive, and so these guys, it might have something to do with telling what time of year it is and when it's time to do their migration, that kind of thing. But yeah. Yeah, this like pineal spot that they've got on their head. Really, really interesting. And it looks different in every individual.
Leatherbacks are also powerful swimmers, and they journey thousands of kilometers from waters off nesting beaches to northern latitudes like Canada's east coast.
Yep.
Many turtles complete round-trip migrations of over 12,000 kilometers within the space of a year.
Pretty impressive.
Why do leatherbacks swim all the way to Atlantic Canada? They're here to feed on jellyfish, their principal prey.
And so this is why I was wondering whether you also have leatherback sightings off the coast of Poland. It's not inconceivable. Like, these guys go way up north into very cold waters. But alas, I don't think there's actually been any documented sightings of leatherbacks off of Poland. Yeah. But I thought it was worth checking.
Jellyfish are abundant off our coast during the summer and fall, the same time leatherbacks are here.
And thank you, Jules XC. Hey, more than happy that Bartek showed us your channel. Have a great night, everyone. You have a great night, too, Jules XC. And you sleep well, huh? Sweet dreams. I hope to see you again soon.
In fact, so many turtles come here to feed on jellyfish that some fishermen are surprised to hear that the leatherback is a critically endangered species.
Yep.
Although leatherbacks are indeed relatively abundant in Canadian waters, there have been drastic declines in leatherback nesting populations in some areas.
Sea turtle biologists now believe that the population of leatherback turtles in the Pacific Ocean may be facing extinction within a few decades.
And Murph says, I have a question about sea turtles being the fastest non-avian reptile. It's the leatherback in particular. It's the fastest non-avian reptile. Was that using tracking data? Don't the turtles use currents? No, I think this is just like point A to point B over a short distance. They're the fastest. I don't think it's like over the course of months, their migration. I think it's just they move really quickly. They swim like 4 times as fast as Michael Phelps. They're fast animals. Yeah, let's see. Trying to find you footage of a leatherback going pretty fast, and yeah, this is a green sea turtle, which is not as fast as a leatherback. And when they really want to, they can move. Check that out. Leatherbacks are faster than this. Here, these guys spotted a leatherback turtle, and they kind of have trouble keeping up with it in their boat. Yeah. And Lenina, thank you for gifting Descartes Games. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Lenina. Excellent. Yeah. Welcome, Descartes Games. How are you doing?
One sub to Descartes Games. They have
Good to
given
have you here. Holy
443
cow.
gift subs in the channel.
Here, in just a little bit, we'll get into assembling our leatherback turtle.
The Atlantic population is not in such serious danger yet, but it will take an international effort to ensure that it is protected.
The number of turtles off Atlantic Canada's coast reflects just how many leatherbacks concentrate here to forage on jellyfish, rather than a general increase in turtle numbers across the entire Atlantic. It also underlines how important our waters are to this species.
That's something that Nova Scotia and California have in common.
The Nova Scotia Leatherback Turtle Working Group has a turtle tagging program.
You may have heard about the satellite-linked transmitters we place on turtles to allow us to follow where they go in the ocean and to study their diving behavior.
You have tortoises in Poland.
We also
Interesting.
tag animals
I didn't
in
know
a
that,
simple
Baraka.
way
Huh.
on their rear flippers using
Cool.
tags like these. Researchers around the world use these tags to identify the leatherback turtles they work with.
And so the reason why you put the tag on their rear flipper, the hind flipper, and not the front flipper, is that the rear flipper, they don't really swim with that. That's not their main propulsion organ. So the hind flippers are basically for steering. It's kind of like the flaps on the back of like an airplane's wing. You'll notice when you see footage of them swimming, they're just flapping their fore flippers, their arms. Their legs, their hind flippers, just kind of trail behind, and they'll use them for steering. But it's not involved with propulsion.
In a simpler way on their rear flippers using tags like these. Researchers around the world use these tags to identify the
There you go,
leatherback
right there on the
turtles
back.
they work with. We have found turtles off Nova Scotia with tags on them from places like
There you go,
Trinidad,
Lenina. Yeah, there's their
Costa
leatherback
Rica,
emote.
Panama,
It
and
illustrates
Suriname.
this.
And researchers on nesting beaches in those countries have found turtles that we have tagged off the coast of Nova Scotia. These tag recoveries have taught us about the origins of leatherbacks found in Canadian waters. In some cases, we've also been able to determine other interesting information from the tags, like how long it takes turtles to migrate to Canadian waters from their nesting areas. In September 2003,
I'll give you a
for
link to the video
example,
player.
we found a turtle feeding off Cape Breton Island that had been flipper tagged only 5 months earlier in Trinidad.
Holy cow. So within 5 months, a turtle swam from Trinidad to Cape Breton Island off of Nova Scotia. How wild is that? Very, very cool. Pretty Pretty neat. And Golganek says otarid style rather than faucet style. That's true, yeah, like an eared seal, a sea lion, rather than a earless seal or faucet. There you go, Golganek. Yes, indeed.
Like all animals, leatherbacks have natural predators. Hatchling turtles are bite-sized and are at risk.
Anyway, yeah. Let's get to the part with how to disentangle a leatherback turtle.
Ocean is entanglement in fishing gear. This is where Canadian fishermen can make a big difference in our efforts to conserve this unique.
No Shark Week planned, but maybe next year, Carol Harbor.
Leatherbacks are prone to becoming accidentally entangled in the floating and vertical ropes associated with fixed gear fisheries, including buoy lines, mooring lines, and ropes connecting buoys to high flyers. They also appear to be especially vulnerable to becoming entangled in lengths of rope floating at the surface of the water. Leatherbacks are nearly always entangled in the same way, with turns of rope around one or both of their front flippers and occasionally also around the neck. This kind of entanglement can cause serious injury to the turtle, including extreme chafing or even a loss of blood flow that is so severe the turtle will later lose the flipper altogether. Although leatherbacks spend the vast majority of their lives at sea, they breathe air, so the worst outcome for an entangled turtle is drowning. Even when entangled at depth, leatherbacks are sometimes strong enough to swim to the surface of the water to breathe for a short period of time. If they are discovered before too long, they can be released alive.
Therefore, it's important for fixed gear fishermen to check their gear regularly, at least once a day when turtles are present in the areas they're fishing.
So this video came out 20 years ago, and this was the, Nova Scotia Leatherback Turtle Working Group. Now I think this is called the Canadian Sea Turtle Network. They only have 52 subscribers, which is kind of crazy. I'm going to bring that number up by 1 right there. And you are welcome to do the same right here if you would like to. But I need to... This is one of the groups that I want to get in contact with because they actually are part of the PayPal Giving Fund. And so if we were to do a fundraiser here on Twitch, we could donate directly to them. Like, they're in the system, which makes things easy. I want to see if they're still doing this kind of work, if they're still doing outreach to fishermen, if they're doing public outreach, if they're trying to educate people about leatherback turtles, and if they could maybe use a financial contribution, because this might be an excellent group to do some fundraising for. So we'll see. Yeah. We'll see. Anyway, with that said, I have got a leatherback turtle here in a bunch of pieces to assemble. Why don't we change our lighting back to... There we go. Let's put together our leatherback turtle model, shall we? I wasn't able to print a life-size one because that would be honestly way too big. These are gargantuan animals when full grown. I mean, take a look at this right here. This is a real video. This is not AI. This is not CGI. This came out 6 years ago. This is real footage of a female leatherback going back into the ocean after digging a nest on the beach. They are enormous animals. I do not have room here in my office, nor do I have that kind of money to spend on printer filament. Like, from flipper tip to flipper tip that would be bigger than this wall. So instead, I've 3D printed this about 1/3 life size for an adult. And the pieces are in here. I don't have a huge 3D printer. It's got like an 11-inch by 11-inch print bed on it. It's not giant. But, it worked for this. So let's go ahead and put this together, shall we? Yeah. get set up here. Put that there. Let me get some paper towels. Let me get my glue. There we are. All right, let's do it. And Guiber says, would that put them bigger shell size than the Galapagos turtle? Way bigger, yes. So Galapagos tortoises, they get big. Yeah, they get pretty big, but they're not nearly as big as a leatherback. They might have a taller carapace in some instances. But yeah, the leatherback turtle is the largest turtle in the world. Larger than any tortoise. Yeah. Never thought they were that big, says Garakabolka. No, it's amazing. Like, these guys, they get phenomenally large. It's pretty extraordinary how big they get, you know? Truly impressive. There were distant relatives of these guys that lived back in the Cretaceous period that were way bigger. Critters like Archelon. So yeah, there's the leatherback on the right, Protostega in the middle, and Archelon on the left. This is an animal that was over 15 feet in length. So, about 5 meters. Just extraordinary. Huge, huge, huge. They died out at the same time as the dinosaurs, it seems, at the end of the Cretaceous period. They actually disappeared from the fossil record a little bit before that, but that might be a sampling error, or sampling bias. But anyway, Archelon was enormous. And I have an Archelon skull that we 3D printed and assembled last week. Would you like to see a 3D printed skull of Archelon? You ready? Check that out right there. This is the skull of Archelon. It is, it's pretty extraordinary, I think. I mean, take a look at that. Pretty darn big. This is just its head. Compare that to our leatherback skull right here, also 3D printed, life size. Yeah. It's much, much bigger than that. And that's 1-to-1 scale. Exactly, Carol Harbert. Yes. Yes, indeed. It's an enormous creature. Archelon, just gargantuan. Anyway, here's a little graphic that shows different sea turtle species. So these are all living sea turtle species, from the smallest, the Kemp's Ridley, up to the leatherback, which is the largest living sea turtle. Largest living turtle. And then here's Archelon right here, this blue silhouette. Way bigger than all these guys. So yeah. And would that be even bigger because of keratin? Garacabulca? Absolutely, yes. So this beak right here, you may have noticed these pits and grooves on the beak right there. So these are attachment points for keratin. There would have been a keratinous sheath, so it's sort of like our fingernail material, or like the beak of a bird, or the beak of a modern sea turtle. It's the same thing, keratin. Would cover that and make that hook end on the beak even longer and more formidable. So, yeah, this would have been an astonishing creature, you know? Pretty darn cool. So anywho, sea turtles like this have existed since the age of the dinosaurs. Leatherback turtles included. That lineage, we think, probably originated sometime like the beginning of the late Cretaceous, maybe about 80 million years ago, give or take. And today the leatherback turtle is the last surviving member of its family, the Demerchelidae. They are in severe decline. I put together the beginnings of a t-shirt design that I'm doing that I will show you now. Let's see. Where did I put that? With the bag merch. Here we go. So this is just a draft at this point. But here is a really rough draft for like a t-shirt design that I want to do. I'm gonna hand print these on stream and sell them to see if we can raise money for leatherback turtle conservation. Yeah. If they go back 80 million years, which is a figure that I want to get confirmed, then we can go with this slogan. They survived 800,000 centuries. Don't let this one be their last. Yeah. So yeah, leatherback turtle. This is going to be a big thing on this channel for the next foreseeable future. Let's go ahead and assemble it, shall we? So, might as well start off with the head and neck here. Head and neck. I had to print this in two separate pieces because the supports in here, I had to remove those. Anyway, it was a whole thing. But we've resolved that now. So here we go. Let's, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to grab my other cutting mat. It's not as scrunchy looking. There we go. That's better, because we'll need a flatter surface, not one with gobs of glue all over it. So I'm going to carefully line this up. We'll glue it on there. And boop the snoot, says Vexy. We'll do that after it's assembled, shall we? Let me at least put these two pieces together first. I'm going to grab some pliers to open this thing. Pliers have gone missing, so I'll just use nature's pliers. There we go. Oh. That didn't work, shoot. Go the other way. Let me go find my pliers for a second here. Here, watch this video while I'm gone.
Nesting sites.
Be right back.
In spring, turtles leave foraging grounds that could be as far north as Nova Scotia and swim thousands of miles to Panama's warm tropical beaches. These long migrations could take them through dangerous fishing grounds, but the details of their journey are little known. It's now late May. After 2 or even 3 years in the vast ocean, females will be gathering off the coast. They will come ashore to lay their eggs after dark. Only then will the team get the chance to tag a leatherback. Tracking the turtles is the only way for researchers to know exactly where they go and identify dangers they might encounter.
Dan, come here. Yeah, this looks like a track. This is definitely a leatherback track, looking at the size of it.
There we go.
Where is she?
At the end of the track, a female at just the right stage of the nesting process.
Oh boy, uh-oh.
Now it's a racing.
So hang on, we had a... No wonder we're having issues with this. Like the this was basically glued shut. So anyway, we're gonna continue with this, and I might have to switch to a different glue bottle at some point. Yeah. Anyway, hey, Paleostream, how are you doing? Hello, hello. We're continuing Operation Leatherback here, and I'm gonna be gluing together a 1/3 scale leatherback turtle model that I've 3D printed. We don't have the space or the resources to print a full-size adult leatherback, so there we go. Gotta do one that's scaled down a bit, but it's still gonna be pretty impressive, I think. Make sure everything's lined up properly here before the glue sets. Don't want any big gaps or misalignments or anything like that. It's looking pretty good. I think somebody in the chat was asking about what do we do about the seams. So I'll be using plastic putty and water putty. Same stuff I used to use at Museum of the Rockies to fill in gaps and cracks in fossils. Be using that on these and then painting the whole thing. But look at that, not too shabby. Yeah, check it out. Very nice. Good stuff. All right, and here's that snoot boop. If you've been waiting for this. Boop. There you go. Nice. So now we're gonna move from the head and neck to the torso. Carapace and plastron. I gotta do this before the... That's really disappointing that the end of the glue nozzle just broke off in there. We'll figure it out though. You're welcome, Logan. Yeah. Here we go. Now 2 big chunks here. This might go faster than I thought. Let's put some Gorilla Glue on first. Yeah. Logan says nail or screw in the top, maybe later. I can actually just use, I can cannibalize the lid of another glue bottle instead. But I'm not going to worry about that right now in the middle of streaming. Alright, so there's our Gorilla Glue, which takes a little while to set. Here's the stuff that we got to be quick about. Our cyanoacrylate super glue here. I'm being very generous with the super glue. There we go. And now let's stick these pieces together. And since they have a flat surface on one side, we can kind of let gravity do the holding together for us. First I gotta set down some paper towel. There we go. There we are. Just gotta make sure that everything is lined up properly. Because if there's any, if one side is higher than the other or something, that will compound throughout all of these pieces that we put together. Like, the problem will just get worse and worse as we continue to add more pieces. We'll make sure that it's perfectly level. So far, so good. Very nice. Excellent. That'll do it. Beautiful. this over. So this is, again, the body of our leatherback right here. Under the shell. They don't really have like a traditional, you know, shell like other sea turtles have, or other turtles in general. They've got a highly reduced structure where it's essentially just ribs that are covered by flesh and skin. And that is kind of fundamental to what they do as ecologically. These are really deep divers. So they are the deepest diving of all sauropsids, all reptiles, including birds. They will routinely dive down to like over 4,000 feet in depth. So that's, what, like 1,200 meters or something like that. It's pretty extraordinary. And the reason they can do that is because they've got this flexible, leathery carapace and plastron. It compresses at depth. While something more rigid, like a hard shell, it would be really brittle. It would crack under the pressure of the water at that depth. But a leathery shell like this can actually safely compress, which is really cool. And this is going to be awesome looking. I can't wait, Hannies. Yeah. Here, let's continue. Pine needles on. Alright, line up some more of these pieces here. Actually, what I think I'll want to do is do all of these pieces separately, and then we'll add this combined onto this guy. So I'm going to set this aside for now. And let's work on the anterior part of the torso. And do they hunt at that depth? They do, apparently, Base Molly, yeah. So I guess they're going after their gelatinous zooplankton prey at that depth. Sea jellies and such. But how they're able to detect them is a mystery to me. I don't know if they have super light-sensitive eyes. And I don't think they're smelling them. So I'm not quite sure how they're able to do that. Maybe they're really sensitive to, like, bioluminescent jellies or something? That's certainly possible. I'm not sure. Yeah. Leatherbacks are highly mysterious animals in a lot of ways. There's still a whole lot that we don't know about them. Alright. Gorilla Glue at the wazoo here. Let's do our cyanoacrylate. There we go. And let's stick these pieces together, shall we? Ready? Make sure this is all lined up properly. There we go. This is easier than it often is when I'm putting together pieces of a big multi-part 3D print. Very nice. Excellent. Beautiful. Now let's grab this piece. We've got our left shoulder right here. Stick that on right here like this. Nice. All right. Let's get that glue on there. Tube squeezer key. That might be a good idea, Game Over. I could also 3D print one. I bet you there are files for that kind of thing. I don't even have to buy it. I could just print it. But generally I do pretty well. I'll just roll up the end of the tube like this. And it generally works pretty well. I don't feel like I've wasted a lot of glue. Even with as much gluing as I do. Yeah. Lily 2 says, where do you store all these large prints? In my office. I've got some storage spaces, and I'm also going to be bringing some of the biggest ones to a local museum. A few of our bigger prints, like our life-size Edmontosaurus inectens skull, I delivered that to the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont back in February, I think. So that's out of my hair now, which is nice. My life-size adult Tyrannosaurus skull, I'm going to be delivering that hopefully on either Thursday or Friday morning. I was hoping to do that last week, but it wasn't finished yet. Yeah, there we go. Very nice. Okay. Excellent. Part's done. Let's do our left shoulder and flipper here. Sorry, right shoulder and flipper. Right from the animal's perspective. There we go. Nice. Go on there just like that. Lily 2 says, that's very generous of you. Well, I was really lucky in that museum actually had the budget to be able to pay me. They got a grant, and they've been building some new exhibits. And so, I would definitely be interested in donating some things, but I didn't have to in this case. They paid me, which was really nice. So everybody wins. And now they've got some pretty killer teaching aids there. An Edmontosaurus skull, a theropod nest full of eggs, and a baby Triceratops skull, and a juvenile Camarasaurus skull too. Sauropod dinosaur. I'd show you pictures, but I'm kind of busy doing this right now. But we'll hopefully be doing a tour of that museum next week. That's the hope. Live on stream. I'll be bringing my mobile stream setup there, and I can show you all this cool stuff. And maybe we can even raise some funds for the museum. We'll see. There we go. Nice. Oh, ah, beautiful. Oh, this is coming along splendidly. Excellent. Ooh. Oh man, so look at this so far. Very nice. It's like as big as my torso. It's almost the same color too, the shirt that I'm wearing. Not too shabby. Yeah. Excellent. Let's put the head and neck on there. Why don't we? Right here. This is tricky because I had to reprint the head and neck. That's a long story. But it's not sized perfectly. I'm gonna have to get a little bit creative here. But that's, yeah, that'll work. Baxiga says, this is amazing. I appreciate that. Thanks. Hey, let's skip this song. That's very, very tinny sounding. There we go. That's better. Alright, let's put the head and neck on there. There's the cap. Excellent. And I'm certain says, which museum do these go to? So this one is going to stay with me, at least for the time being. But the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont, California. We'll be doing a stream from there sometime soon, I hope. Hopefully next week. After I deliver the huge life-size T-Rex skull. It's an adult Tyrannosaurus skull. I 3D printed life-size. And I'm still working on getting that fully mounted and painted so it's ready for delivery. But my goal is to deliver that either on Thursday or Friday morning this week. I know I've been saying that for several weeks now, but we've had unforeseen complications. It's a big project, but it's gonna be good. All right, there's our head and neck on there. Gorgeous. And Claire Burr, new top clipper at 5 views. Very nice, Claire. Very, very nice. Good stuff. Oh, and hang on. Speaking of 3D printing, I think we're about to run out of filament over there. Let me go get this changed out. There we go. Nice. Again, right now we're 3D printing a life-size Andalgalornis skull. It's a South American terror bird. It's gonna be pretty cool when it's done. But check this out so far. Look at this. Oh, very nice. And Trek Nerd says, fix that filament alarm. I don't like when the filament alarm goes off. I try and catch it before that. But, yeah. Because sometimes, like, the filament gets lodged in there if it's... anyway, it's a whole thing. Yeah, here. Let's put on the rest of the shell here. This is going to swiftly get too big to show up in frame, so let's switch to a different camera view. There we go. Ooh. Very nice. Beautiful. Look at that. And Trek Nerd, no, I've got two 3D printers. One of them has a filament alarm and one of them doesn't. Yeah, one of them is like a few years newer than the other one, so. But I'm using them. That one is on the fritz, the one that doesn't have it. I haven't had time to fix it yet. Been too busy. Yeah. All right. Let's put a ton of Gorilla Glue in here because we're going to need the kind of gap-filling volume of it. That's going to be especially necessary at this step in the process. That should be a little bit more on this side. A little bit more on this side. We'll call that good. Let's do a test fitting with just the Gorilla Glue. Not too shabby, okay. There are going to be some visible gaps here because we had a little bit of curling on the print bed. But that's, you know, something that I can fix later on with some water putty or plastic putty. I'll be painting this bad boy as well, so it's gonna be really nice when it's all done. Okay. Now for the super glue. Let's really pour it on there. That should do it. Turn this around. And here we go. I'm kind of more concerned about the top, the carapace, rather than the plastron, the bottom. More with the back than the chest. Just because, if there's one spot that I really want to be nice and flush, it's the back. We'll be using water putty to smooth all these parts out, but I feel like gaps and errors are going to be more visible, more eye-catching on the top than on the bottom. So I'm paying special attention to the top surface. There we go. Very nice. Holy cow. Excellent. Yeah. Beautiful. Look at this. Look at that. Again, it barely fits in the frame. Fantastic. All right, let's set this aside and let's start working on the posterior of the animal. The sacral region and the hind limbs. Right here. These pieces here. Like that. Very nice. Got a little nubbin on the end of the tail. So this is supposed to be a female leatherback turtle. As I understand it, they do actually exhibit sexual dimorphism. In terms of their tail morphology. I think this might be true of a lot of turtles, but the tail on a female is a lot smaller than the tail on a male. Males have got a much longer tail, so you can kind of tell at a glance who's a male and who's a female. Also, if you see an adult leatherback on a beach, that's almost certainly a female who's gone up to lay her eggs. The males do not do that. They generally don't go back to the beach after they've hatched. So yeah, so just a little tail there, Golganic, exactly. Yeah. Let's put this together. Get our Gorilla Glue on there. I might go through most of this tube just on this one print, which it's a big animal, so fair enough. There we are. All right, and super glue. stick them together. I gotta make sure everything is lined up properly. There we go. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Very, very nice. All right. Beautiful. And Salamander says, what possible reason could there be for tail length difference? I think it's involved with mating. So the male uses his tail to kind of hang on to the female, I think. Also, I think the female having a smaller tail makes it easier for the male to be able to pass small gametes to her. I think that's the idea, essentially. And I'm just realizing I didn't actually sand off this part right here, so I'm gonna do that real quick. I like to rough up the surface on these in order to give the glue a little bit more purchase. A really slick surface, the glue is not gonna stick as well. So I was careful to do all the rest of these with an electric sander earlier before stream, but missed this part right here. So now that's done, nice and roughed up, and put those hind flippers on there, shall we? This one had kind of a weird thing. There was like an artifact on the file, so we'll clear this off later. Maybe I'll just do it right now real quick. And yeah, there we go. It's funny, I tried to clean it up in Blender too, and it like wouldn't work. Not sure what the issue was. To be fair, I'm still learning how to use Blender. I'm still a neophyte when it comes to that program. Still a noob. But it's been really cool learning. I like Blender a lot. Yeah. Anyhow. Let's get some glue on here. Good song. Okay. That is a lot of glue, but this is going to be one of those vulnerable parts. Like, if anything is going to fall off, it's going to be one of the flippers. If the model happens to fall down, if something hits it, this is one of those pieces that's vulnerable to breaking. So I'm going to make sure to be extra generous with the glue here. Right now I'm just trying to line it up properly. There we go. Nice. That's really good. All right. Beautiful. Check that out. Right hind flipper on. Let's do the left one now. There we are. Nice. I thought it was pretty clever with how I did this too. So when you've got the 3D model, you've got to be able to slice it in a 3D printing software. So turn it into a format where the 3D printer can read it and print it. And so in order to get everything to fit onto my printer, I had to be able to cut up the model into a bunch of pieces before I could slice it into that format. And so I knew I would have to cut the flippers off, essentially, because with the flippers on, this part was just too big. So I decided to do it at an angle like this to give an extra surface area. More area for the glue to grab onto. And Yeah, it'll make it a little bit more resilient. So rather than just, you know, doing it the simplest way, I figured let me cut it at an angle. Give it more of an occlusal surface there. Turned out really great. Thanks, Trek Nerd. Yeah. So I might try and paint this up like a juvenile leatherback. Their color patterns do change a bit through ontogeny. It's really difficult to find references for a juvenile leatherback. But, yeah, I'm gonna see if I can't find that. We got some, first of our glue spillage. So let's sop that up here. And keep things nice and clean. And let's make sure that it's on there where it should be. Happy with this. Yeah, nice. Good stuff. All right. Beautiful. Look at that. Turtle butt. Excellent. I'll set this aside for now. Let the glue continue to set. Now for this bad boy, I had to print some small miscellaneous, not miscellaneous pieces, but just like, you know, I had to get...
Hey, a dinosaur!
Oh, Skywatcher Jim, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I guess we had our alerts turned off on the other scene. Okay. Let's fix that real quick. There. Alert box, back on. Alert box, back on. Okay. Good. Nazartsi, Nautilent, and Skywatcher Jim, thank you for your follows. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Alright, so I had these pieces. That I had to separate in order to get everything to fit on the print bed. These are like the last dregs, basically. So let's glue those on. Go ahead and do these both at once. Yeah. Here, just so it goes a little quicker, let's just do super glue for this part. Should be pretty straightforward, just getting these two pieces to occlude. That. There we go, works. Nice. Now we can focus on getting that affixed to the rest of the torso here. That didn't go to plan. Alright, back on there. Gotta hold it for a little longer. Yeah. Any with a half shell turtle power. No, full shell here. Leatherback turtles, they still have a carapace and a plastron, even if they don't have like you know, even if it's not fully bony or whatever. There, we are gonna need some of this glue. I miscalculated here. More like 2/3 shell. There you go, Richard Rocha. Okay, fair. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna set this down for a second and let it start to cure. Put our glue on here. Might help if I take the cap off first. There we go. There we are. And are those jellyfish in the background going to get fed to the leatherback? No. They're, I mean, yeah. No, just like this, they are also plastic. But I like to think they make the background a little bit more interesting when we're talking leatherbacks. They're thematically appropriate for these streams, I like to think. There we go. Nice. Alright, let me turn this around and make sure that it's lined up on the other side too. There we go. Excellent. Beautiful. Alright. Very nice. Whoa. Check it out. Excellent. So there's that piece that we had to add on there. Kind of a pain in the butt, but you gotta do weird things in order to get everything to fit on the print bed when you've got a small 3D printer like I have. Yeah. With that done, let's put on the butt, shall we? There we go. All right, so this is gonna go right here. Just like that. Very nice. Excellent. Glue here. And we're essentially using like a whole tube on this project, which I'm not mad about. It's a lot of surface area to glue. There we go. Our third to last step. We just got to put on both of the front flippers after this, and then we are done. Oh man, this is going to be excellent. Okay. Here we are. Beautiful. Got some glue on this. I want to make sure that doesn't set in. There we go. All right, check it out. Very nice. Oh man, this is beautiful. Spectacular. Holy cow. Again, it's hard to fit it in frame properly. Check that out. Very nice. Almost done. Yeah, let's just put the let's put those flippers on. Splendid. And the question becomes like, how do I hold it properly? Weiser says, how are you going to display it? It's going to go up on the wall, or I can hang it from the ceiling. Yeah, either way, I think it'll be pretty impressive. That's how I think about all this stuff. Like, when I'm setting up my background for each stream, it's like, what would I want to see? You know? What would I find interesting to look at? And I think a big old leatherback turtle on the wall back there. When we're doing leatherback streams, that's it's kind of a no-brainer, you know? Makes sense to me. We have, this is a two-part flipper. So we'll let this set for a second. Yeah. Art and science, my favorite combo. Thanks, Trek Nerd. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? Here, I'm gonna set this down for a second. There's a gap that's starting to form between two of these huge pieces. And while I can fill that in later, I just want to make sure that the glue is setting properly in there. I don't want this to become like a structural weakness in the whole thing. I don't think it is, but I'm just a little sensitive to that right now. Yeah, it'll be fine. All right, let's let this set up. Let's do the other flipper on the other side. For here. Is that this one or the other one? It's this one, I think. Good. All right. I'm gonna glue here. Again, it would have been smart for me to do the added surface area thing for the front flippers. I only had that idea when it came to the back flippers. But we'll make it work. There we go. And we're getting some glue spurting out of the sides, but that's okay. Clean that up in a minute. Right now, just want to make sure that everything's lined up properly. Nice. That'll do it. Let's clean this up just a tad. This side too. Very nice. Look at that. Big flippers, just like you'd see on a plesiosaur. Independently evolved. In both of those groups. But check that out, and it's so thin. It is like an airplane's wing from the front. It's like a blade, you know? Yeah. Very cool. So again, I'll just keep this here for a minute and let that glue start to set. Nature is the best engineer. I agree, Hannies. Absolutely. Pretty awesome. So, 80 million years before human beings built the first airplane. Yet nature causing the evolution of these same similar structures in a turtle. How cool is that, you know? That wing surface right there. It's a lot of the same, like, physical principles that generate lift with an airplane wing. You can generate thrust in the water, like, I guess you could call it lift. These guys are kind of flying through the water in a sense. Pretty neat. Pretty darn cool. Alright, let's do our final fin here. Here. It's gonna go on just like that. Excellent. It's incredibly cool that basically trial and error comes up with such perfect solutions. You give it millions of years and millions of iterations, and yeah, you get stuff that is essentially perfect. Like, hard to improve upon, at least. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Last piece here. There we go. Beautiful. I want to show you right now, but I really have to hold this in place while the glue starts to set. I mean, you can already see it. We're on camera right now, but I want to, like, hold it up to the camera. I gotta be patient. Very nice. Holy moly. Beautiful. Pretty turtle indeed. Look at that! Holy moly. Check it out. Dermachelys coriacea. The leatherback sea turtle. Printed 1/3 full adult size. Check that out. Holy cow. I am thrilled with this. Very excited. Very, very excited. Oh, man. This is gonna be so cool in the background. That's gonna be so cool. You know, it's gonna be like at the California Academy of Sciences. They have a leatherback turtle on display. I think a taxidermy. Here. Hell. Thanks for dropping in there, Mauser Fury. Uh-oh, something just fell down. Was that one of the... It's one of the flippers. I jumped the gun. I didn't give it enough time to set. Here. Let's get some more glue on there. That's what I was afraid of. There we go. Oh, and the sea jellies are on a timer. They turn off after 4 hours. we go. Ended Kara says, hair dryer. That's a perfect way to melt a 3D printed model. That's exactly right. Which is why we don't want to do that. A hair dryer will, you heat this stuff up and it melts. Yeah. Never mind, lol, yeah. I do sometimes use a heat gun if I want to, like, deform a 3D print. So I've done that in the past, but I don't want to do that for this. Everything is almost perfect. There's a few bits and pieces I might... There's a few gaps here. I think I just want to use water putty for the gaps, though. Anyhow. Yeah, where's that? I guess I can't find you a picture of the leatherback turtle at the California Academy of Sciences, but they have it up on the wall. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it online, but it's there at the California Academy of Sciences. If you visit in San Francisco, look for the leatherback turtle up on the wall. That, in part, was kind of the inspiration for making this. And it is going to be really cool having on our office wall when we do leatherback streams. I can't wait. Very excited about this. And, there we go. This is where I got the files for this. On Sketchfab.
This is when it really fits.
Best with the knees, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. So, Mac, the Leatherback Project. Digital Life's most recent model features an adult female leatherback sea turtle from Florida named Mac. Maybe short for Mackenzie. We worked in partnership with the nonprofit Upwell. We're based here in California. Upwell provided funding for the project. We also worked alongside the Loggerhead Marine Life Center. So they were kind of digitizing several species of sea turtle here, and this is the model that I downloaded and printed. There we go. Very cool. So this is where I got the file. So big thanks to Upwell for doing this. And, oh man, check it out. I'm thrilled with this. I really am. Holy cow. I'm trying to flip this around without catching the flippers on anything. But yeah, again, it's like, it's almost too big to fit in the frame. Yeah. Anywho, I'm gonna go find a place to set this down real quick. Give me just a second. There we go. Excellent. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up today's stream. I've got some stuff I got to take care of, some emails I got to send, some chores I got to do. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up. Everybody, thank you so much for being here. Don't go away just yet. We're going to see if we can raid into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch. We'll put a Deinonychus skull under our credits. Who else is live right now? Thank you to everyone who's about to be named in our credits here. All of those supporters from the Raiders, to the new followers, to the subscribers and gifters and cheerers. to those moderators. I'll keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. I appreciate you more than you know. It looks like Nerduino is on right now. Let's go read it to Nerduino, who also really likes sea turtles. But he is a former NASA scientist and a current science communicator here on Twitch. He does really cool stuff, and I think you'll like his stream a lot. Looks like he's doing some astronomy right now. Very cool. Making Bacon, bye to you too. Thank you for being here. Again, huge thanks to everybody appearing in our credits. Appreciate each and every one of you. It's a dream come true to be able to do science outreach full time, to make my living doing that. That's only because of the generosity of this wonderful community. So thank you everyone. For tomorrow's stream, we're going to be doing more fossil science news, and then I think I'm going to be doing a collaboration with Rhacodactylus and Science Streams. So tune in for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. Bring your fossil science questions, whether it's about dinosaurs, about extinction, evolution, the history of life on Earth, anything like that. Bring me those questions. We'll talk about it. Anyway. Thank you, everybody. Let's go right into Nerduino, and I'll see you there.